Good morning, all you fine folks out there in YouTube land. Happy Tuesday. Had to think about that for a second. That's a shame. Oh, how's everybody feeling? Enzo wears his sunglasses at night. How you feeling there, Enzo? Let's go.
I'm feeling like a zillion bucks right now.
All right. That's what I
Just
like
trying,
to hear.
just trying to put the social medias up and stuff like that. Along with,
One in 7 children does not.
Oop, sorry. Okay.
1 in 7.
All right.
Just trying to keep an eye on the market.
Good morning. Who else we got? Junk Savvy. Good morning. Arctic Fox Alaska, my man. Heidenreich. You will probably not get a good morning out of Enzo Heidenreich. I see it.
Morning.
I see it every day. I see you trying.
Good morning.
Caesar C, what's up, buddy?
I don't do it on purpose.
No, I know.
I genuinely don't have the chat up most of the time.
Yeah.
This app, or the new thing we have, is kind of cool though.
Yeah, you could pull it right up there.
We could put it on we could put it literally on.
Yeah, and once we get going on some other platforms, I think that'll be a good idea because it shows everything.
Yes,
Low key GTA, what's up? GTA, oil took another hit. Where's CEI? Oil was down, I don't know, 75, 50, something like that. And look at that, CEI actually up. How are the rest of energy stocks? So looking at that comparison, GTA, you gotta like that. You gotta like that when oil's taking a hit, and this is all your main oils in the pre-market. Phillips down just about 1%, Valero down over 1%, Marathon down over 1%, Devon down 1.5%, so on and so forth. You can see that, and then you look at little old CEI. Oh, CEI's down now. I spoke too soon. Okay.
You killed it. Good job, bud.
I did.
There goes GTA's hopes and dreams.
Well,
what are you feeling about GME? I knew you were an original collector.
Well, I think you got back to back. You got those layoffs that came out today, which probably not a bad thing. And then you have earnings tomorrow. I'm bullish. I like that the Asian gentleman on CNBC says he's going to be keeping his eye on GameStop for the next 2 days, and he's not a shill. So I like that he normally
persuasion.
Well, he normally covers, like he's not like one of the main people, so he's normally covering very specific factual based stories. So he's like a numbers guy. He doesn't usually, he's a straight shooter. So I like that he's talking about GameStop.
I like that.
I don't know. This happens every time GameStop's earnings come around. It takes a little bit of the shine from AMC and usually shits the bed because usually the earnings are awful. Regardless, not the earnings themselves. Usually the earnings calls are pathetic, and I'm still holding GameStop. It's but say what you want. It's two different styles and two different positions because Ryan Cohen isn't the CEO of GameStop. Who is that? Furlong. I always want to call him Edward Furlong, the dude from Terminator 2. But yeah, so he's not the CEO, so it's not expected. He's not expected to make a splash like Elon or like Adam Aaron. But we usually get nothing. We usually get a 7-minute blah, 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 blah. We're not going to give any guidance at this time. Bye. So my hopes aren't up for GME's earnings. Hopefully they'll surprise me one of these times. but I think the last probably 6 earnings have been a big nothing burger. And again, Adam Aaron knows how to capitalize on it. You can't really compare the two, Adam Aaron and Ryan Cohen, but you can compare the companies and how they handled the publicity and how, GameStop's earnings call, was it back, I want to say May or June of last year, was like the most watched earnings call ever. At the time, AMC's probably broke it since then, but at the time it was, and they absolutely delivered a goose egg. And back then, people still had the faith of, well, Ryan Cohen doesn't talk about it, he bees about it. This change is coming, yada, yada, yada.
He hasn't bees about it in forever.
Yeah, but then the other end of that, and maybe you got some insight into this, is with what's going on with FTX, stuff like that, how does that affect GameStop's pivot into an NFT marketplace and things like that? Does that put a damper on that? Does it add to it? Because I guess GameStop is a trusted source. Now I don't know the end of it as far as how the crypto how it works with purchasing NFTs there. Is there any risk, or is it just an exchange, like just a marketplace where there's no investment going, no shit that could get you tied up into some FTX or some Voyager type situation, right? This is a complete different thing than that.
No, it's a completely different marketplace in general. I guess the only thing you really could go and make the argument of is that they run it off of a crypto called Immutable X. So you might want to look into that if you're looking at things that could possibly fall apart. But I don't think there's GameStop is like a Game Boy Color. No matter how many times you smash that thing on the ground, it's still gonna work. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
So I don't see that. I think that GME is more than likely coming sub 20, but I honestly, I can't understand how they are making money right now with as many brick and mortars they have. Griffin paid out of pocket.
Yeah, you see that? Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Lobo. Lobo, I was just checking out those pictures, brother. Oh my God, that looks like such an amazing time, man. An amazing time. I'm glad you guys got to do the meet and greet, all that good stuff, man. Awesome. Looked like you and your crew had a great time.
Supposed to be a secret. Like, you can't be, those pictures are private. You can't be talking about our business, man.
Hey, slide in my DMs with some pictures.
I've been trying. I feel like I'm blocked or something. There's a miscommunication.
So that kind of has to make you think there, right? With Griffin, with Kenny Boy, like, man. I mean, I can't even hate on the fact that he paid for 10,000 staff to go to Disney World, but I know what it cost me to pay for a staff of 2, me and my son, to go to Disney World.
Mm-hmm.
And holy crap, Kenny is got a license to print, man. So I mean, so when you see something like that, Enzo, does it tell you that we should get past the trying to sink the hedge funds and look at it like, we don't have to agree with them, we don't have to do their undermining stuff, but do you look at it like, well, this is the trades that we should be following, or do you just look at it like they're getting this because they have a advantage because of their leverage, because of 100 different things, their access?
I mean, yeah, they absolutely have advantages. I think the moment that people quit fighting for that equality, market wise, I think is, the beginning of the end. But I feel
I think it's kind of mixed. Because I think if you continue to fight the fight on some level, which for a lot of people is holding AMC, holding GameStop, but are able to ride in their wake at times and profit off of that to fuel that fight, I think is probably where the most people want to be. So it's not a if you can't beat them, join them type of situation where you just start trading like a scummy hedge fund.
Right.
But at the same time, I think we sometimes have to accept the fact, and you're great at seeing volume coming in on whether it's on options, whether it's whatever, and a lot of times obviously that isn't retail, you know what I mean, but you can assess something off that information, whether it's up or down, you know what I mean, but you can, the same way that they use us as a tool, we can use them as tools, is what I'm saying.
No, I think that the moment that we stop pressing for that equality in the market, and I was trying to select my words carefully, I think that people need to be smarter on the reality of how much they're helping. I think that everybody is doing their own part, and obviously you need each and every person. But if you're sitting there holding options,
good catch,
and that's the $1,000 you needed to feed your family that week.
Yeah,
get yourself a GPS and take yourself out of the market.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing that I think gets convoluted, is that people assume that as much as when I say we, retail traders that got into this in the last couple of years, as we fight the system, I think we take for granted thinking that other retail traders give any more of a shit about us than hedge funds do. And it's not because they're bad people or anything, but like what you just said, at the end of the day, people are doing exactly what is best for them, as they should. That should be your objective in the stock market. I'm not saying you got to be a selfish prick in real life, but you're not in the stock market to make other people money.
No,
you're in it for yourself. I'm sorry that it comes out like that.
Sorry to let you know,
but that's the truth of the matter, and I'm guilty of it. I'm holding GameStop and AMC for a bunch of people that I don't know, for the most part. I mean, I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about the greater cause.
I don't even think that we're holding it for people we don't know. I think that.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying, is like I'm holding it for that cause. I'm hoping.
No, you're holding it
2 years now. It's time to take that cause to a different level, and it has to be. It's probably going to have to be a longer game, and it starts with getting in officials' ears, writing letters, voting in people that are going to do something.
No, yeah, you go back from we were trying to kick out the top stone.
Nobody over the last 2 years said, "Hey, you know what? We're seeing all this clownery going on. We've been exposed to it now. Let's hold candidates accountable." How many candidates do you think got questioned on these campaign trails about what are you going to do about naked shorting? What are you going to do about synthetic shares?
Get naked with them.
It's instead, what are you going to do about latest social issue? How are you going to do about, it's all bullshit. But that's where the change needs to happen, is it has to happen in legislation. It has to happen. And if we don't vote people in there that are going to do something about it, we can hold these shares all the hell we want, and it ain't going to do no good.
Real quick.
Tennis is physical. What's up, buddy? All good. Not all bad. Not all people are bad, Tennis. Not all people. There's a few good ones. I know you like animals better, and I'll agree. Animals are pretty awesome. There's a few good eggs out there, though, and we got about however many of them right in here right now, including the grumpy old man, including
right here, right now.
Ace Lee. Good morning, Ace Lee. Yeah, CEI to the moon. It's actually it's gonna hold off till non-refundable gets off, because GTA lured him into his cult yesterday.
Yep.
So now he's got poor Luca Bamba friggin' ingesting liquid Drano to stop the ease of his CEI pain. Mm-hmm. CVS Prague. Good morning, CVS. Hey, Tennis, I know you're gonna turn that around, brother. You're gonna turn that around. I know what happens when your stocks get hit hard. You're like Rocky, baby. It ain't how hard you get hit, it's how hard you hit back. And I've seen you hit back.
It with no hands.
I'm telling you, I see it and watch. Watch. Mark my words. And it don't matter what the market does. Give him a few days, and you'll see how he turned that frown upside down. How the futures looking? So futures were green, then red, then came back green a little bit. Basically pretty flat right now. Pretty flat. Ah, okay, Aisley. Thank you for clearing that up. Not a cult. It's a religion.
Oh, appreciate it.
See, I don't know if you can say that on YouTube. Next thing you know, GTA's filing tax exempt status, and all of a sudden we're getting sued, man. I've seen it one too many times, Aisley.
Right. It's a real shame.
Yeah, Lobo's not into that CEI stuff. I know, Lobo. You stay away from that. Mama raised you better, Lobo.
It feels good opening the day with 200% options.
I've got 100%. I got one that's up 100%. I'm hoping goes up further at the open, unless the SPY decides to go up.
So here, that's exactly what I was just about to say. Here's my thoughts.
You got a chart to put with it? You got a visual for us?
I literally...
Not interrupting you just before you get started into something that we can't see. You feel me?
I feel you.
Oh, that's a smart idea, GTA. If we hedge CEI to 0, we can buy the company. You know, this guy's good.
I'm looking at this big resistance line on the SPY right here. It's done it several times on this line that I've been watching. It's a big level of resistance. We also have this down trend from, I believe it was just this morning. Maybe a couple days, not too big. But I think we're coming down. Might want to break towards what? $400.50. If it wants to get above that, $400.75. Excuse me, Tesla's coming down right here. This bothers me because Tesla could just open up right here and go green off of this level of support, which it's held.
The blue line?
No, this green line right here.
Okay.
This green downtrend right here is the same as these green wicks that we've had, but we also got rejected from here, 2 days ago. So when we got rejected from there, we also came right here, gapped up, and then used it as support, fell through that support right here at the 182.38, came to the downside. Now, if I was crazy,
it's
a matter of perspective. I look at little things like this. Why these are all parallel right here. I don't like that. But I'm looking for something probably. We had to have had a 148 or a 178 area in the past. Let's look. Yeah, 178 is this resistance right here in the pre-market of the 28th of November. We actually did go and get back up over that, dropping low of 165. So, I mean, I could definitely see this going to 171. I could see this going to 175 and 178. I want to see it break down below 176 before I would be looking anywhere near that. But just to reiterate, this thing could literally just open up and use that 181.15 as a base, and just take off. Right now, the SQ's on a 30-minute chart, looking spicy. Wicks out twice. It's trying to break through its
Wicks out for
200.
Harambe, son. Let's go.
Gang.
Yeah, tennis. I knew it was DNA, but you know what? That's exactly why I said you'll come back. You'll come back. I know you know that stock. I'm just looking at it now. You're gonna be just fine. I know it's a waiting game, but I love the fact that you're not just a sunshine pumper. You know what I mean? Like you said, good times, bad times, everything in between. And I love it. I appreciate the hell out of you for that because, you know.
I love that name with everything.
What name with
Sunshine
everything?
Pumper?
Sunshine pumper, man.
Jesus, that's greatness. SQs just broke over the 200. Now, I'm concerned. This is going to go back. It's going to look like it's going to get rejected right here off like the 44 or so. It's going to come back to the 43. But what I do see happening is the SPY trying to go and I would assume run to the downside right here, 399.37. Hold that, go back up to the upside, get rejected off the 401, and probably trade sideways. But if it does decide to get lower, we're looking at 390. I would call it 396 first. And then 393. I'm actually looking at a 392.48 area, to be quite honest. Too many bullish. Yeah, that's exactly why. There is a, I think there's a 0.7 put to call ratio. So, hey, I don't know if you're aware, but whenever there's one side or the other just has a little bit of extra money that's out there that somebody can go grab, they will go grab it.
This is true. DNA down near all-time low. Yeah, 175. Is that low? If you believe in it, and the best thing is you're not. It was a big drop yesterday, but you're still not down and out on this stock. You're gonna be fine. Not financial advice. But some might see this as a great price. So it touched that 175. What was it? A couple days ago. It was the 50. It was the all-time low. I mean, don't get me wrong. Buying at the bottom does not ensure that it's not going to go down anymore by any means. But when you're down at all-time lows in a company that's fairly new, the SPAC IPO was last April of 2021, but then the actual merger took place in September of last year. So a fairly new company. And with that SPAC news, and let me read that because that was some crazy SPAC news Junk Savvy sent me earlier. One of the SPAC industry's most well-known sponsors and a would-be serial backer have seen deals worth $10.6 billion go up in smoke in less than an hour. And then you got this talk of the comparison of the bailout that was needed in 2008, 2009, compared to what they're saying could be the potential of like $60 trillion basically missing. I still need to dive into that. I was a little busy last night, but
wait, excuse me?
Yeah.
How many?
Like 60 trillion.
Oh, that's expensive piece.
Yeah,
60
dollar
trillion?
debt, 65 trillion in dollar debt.
Wow, that's spiritual right there.
And there is that news in the chat about the SPAC. Thank you for that, Junk Savvy. Much appreciated. Just for that, at 9:45, Junk Savvy, you get a heat map. And NextNav Inc. has been selected by NASA's Ames Research Center in Silicon Valley. Its ticker symbol NN. The other big news with TAIWAN Semi pledging, I believe, now it's $40 billion they're going to invest into those Arizona. Yeah, raises Arizona chip investment to $40 billion. So they're going to up the production. I think that includes both. I think that's, if I understood the interview earlier, it was some into the factory that's already existent and then more into the factory that they're building. So with that coupled with Apple kind of saying that they're looking to exit China, you got to like that for America. You got to like that those chips will be being made here. So good news all around, I would say. Time is on my side, tennis. Yes, it is. Hopefully. Yeah, that's a lot of dough put into Arizona. I'm sure he's got a passive stake, tennis. I'm sure it's a passive stake. I mean, I would expect it. That's good money, and he is the time financial dude of the year. I think it came down to him and HBK, and he took it out, took home the prize. All right, 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes before the casino opens. And then we're going to get weird.
I'm watching for the SQs to go over the 43.93 right here. I want to see them break above that candle and go retouch the pre-market dump. I think we go up first. Oh, excuse me, down first, then up, and then down.
So basically what we did yesterday. That's pretty much what we did yesterday. We dropped at the open, pushed back up, and then the bottom fell back out. Oh, Walmart CEOs complaining that their wage increases have outpaced sales and profits since 2015. Well, Walmart known for those high-paying, lavish salaries. PepsiCo too, the latest. We should have made a chart. We should have made a chart months ago, and as every big place announced layoffs, we could have checked them off. Because Pepsi, the latest, that news came out last night or early this morning about big layoffs from Pepsi. I like it, Sabrina. I like it. Kitten just jumped on the desk, grabbed the ink pen, and took it out your mouth, and there's that bell. We are off and running. Everybody have a fantastic day. Good luck to all you traders out there. All right, so just about a flat open, just like we expected. The S&P down 0.05%, the Dow down 0.1%, NASDAQ slightly red. Across that S&P top 10, we got Apple, a little bit of green, up less than 0.25%. Microsoft up just over 0.5%. Amazon down nearly a full percent. Tesla down 0.5%. Google up 0.1%. Nvidia down 0.75%. Berkshire down 1/3%. Meta down 2.25%. And United Health, the heavyweight, slightly green, up less than 0.25%. Let's go to the minute real quick. Ape starting down 1%. We got GameStop down 0.5%. AMC down 0.5%. Trying to push back up here. 743 on AMC. Took it right out your mouth. Michael J. Aloha. Good morning. Good morning. Great to see you.
Glad I just got out of most of that.
What's that?
I said I'm glad I just got out of a lot of my SPY calls or my SPY puts.
SPY pushing back up.
No, I'm just saying like my dailies.
Okay. All right. Semi staying red. Intel just went green. Taiwan semi down 0.75%. Would think that there would be a little bit of pump on that news, but maybe that's shaking investors off. What else? Healthcare, a lot of green in the healthcare. Autos, let's see. Polestar up 1.5%. Centro, a little bit of green. Mullen down 0.5%. GM up 0.5%. Ford up 1%. Ford said last night, I think 60 or 65% of their dealerships want to take on selling the EVs. So I think that was good news for Ford. Lucid down 0.25%. NIO up 0.25%. Rivian down slightly, and Tesla now in the green, up about 0.1%. Energy turning around as well. Hess still down 0.25%. Phillips now up 0.5%. Valero, big swing there, now up 1.5%. And all the rest up under 1%. Nothing big. Concord Phillips, the only red, and that's on the cusp of going green. USEA, again, keep an eye on this upcoming Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern time when the after hours officially closes. That will be the time that you have to own USEA in order to get the preferred dividend. And that is down slightly right now. 394 has been
I'm shorting the SPY again.
Shorting the SPY. Pick it up. USEA, even before, you look at what it's done back to October. This is the daily, and just been an absolute beast. And then you get here. I believe this is the day the dividend news came out, and it has not looked back. And again, that is a $1 special dividend. That's from the proceeds of Junk Savvy. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Two tankers that they sold, that the proceeds will be going directly back to the shareholder. And then I believe their earnings sometime right after that. Jane Hammond. What's up, Jane? I'm not sure if I gave you a good morning. I might have missed you. I hope you're doing well. So the S&P just cracked back into the red, just about dead flat. The NASDAQ, the only one with any real movement, down 0.25% and dropping. The Dow still holding a little strength, a little bit of green. So the Dow and the NASDAQ going two complete opposite directions, which will tell you that tech is getting hit. Not anything new. We've seen that for the last 9 months. TGL. Ah, yes, Sabrina. Treasure Global. I do remember this. Is this the one, TGL? Yeah, look at how it shot. It shot up to 201 and then just little volume. That's why. That's how it got on that FOMO list. There is a what do we call it? I forgot. You guys gave me like 20 good words to call it, and I forgot all of them. The artist formerly known as a heist going on in the chat. So get in on that. Cosmos taking a big dip here, down 15%, 48.3 cents on Cosmos. So we'll see how this volume comes in on this today. Can't say that the interest is gone. I mean, it might be, what did it trade? 3 times the average yesterday, 130 million, I think. Still got over 17 million trades 3 minutes or 2 minutes into the day. So I don't think it's a lost cause by any means. And this might be a tasty dip. As somebody else said, it's a day trader's dream, this Cosmos, for the last 2 weeks. Yeah, I seen comms running in the pre-market. Was thinking of you, Arctic Fox. And continuing, getting back to those levels. What did it hit in pre-market? 17.4 cents. That was right at the open this morning. 4:05 a.m. Back up 15.5 cents, 7.5% gains there.
Trying to fill 393s on the SPY. I just did.
393s. The robbery, stick up. Tell them we finna pull a keek dough. I like that one, Bree. 21% gains on Ahmed. Nice, Arctic Fox. Nice, nice. Ahmed just slightly in the red here. RA Medical Systems 414. We are 4 minutes into this day. USEA falling a little bit more, down at that 390 level. And again, you got the opportunity for a $1 dividend payout. The payout, I believe, is in January. All right. Making them good moves, Arctic Fox. I love it. Sold most of those comms yesterday, but have some left, up 37%. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. In the market, pretty stagnant, S&P still down 0.08%. The Dow up 0.06%. NASDAQ down almost 1/3% now. Okay, yeah, so they sold 2 tankers. This is USEA. Payout in January. Also did a $3 million share buyback. Earnings should be good.
Those SPYs just bought her up 15%. Sorry.
I could barely hear you.
Those SPYs I just bought her up 15%.
Nice. SPY dropping 399.18. Let's see, 398. Can we get a 398? Going once, going twice. 398, 399.14 now on the SPY. USEA still dropping 387 now on USEA, down 2%. Earnings should be early February. Okay. And I guess you can look at that for tax purposes too, if that applies to you, as far as investing something now. You're going to get that dividend payout in January, so it won't count against this year. Again, that may not make a difference to a lot of you, but you never know what kind of situation you may find yourself in. DBGI, after that nice run yesterday, another getting hit, smacked right in the lips, down 13%, 443 on DBGI. So DBGI and Cosmos both getting manhandled right now. We'll look for some recoveries on that. That Forge FRGE that ran yesterday, that's down 8% today. Blink Charging announces additions to its corporate leadership. Mark Pastrone appointed as COO, which is the Chief Operating Officer, which is much better than Salesforce. What is Salesforce doing? So another top executive at Salesforce stepping down. Not down too much on that news. They really had a day yesterday, so I don't know if that news came out during the day yesterday. And that is CRM. Yeah, it was the Slack CEO, which is a subsidiary of Salesforce, Stuart Butterfield. That's an awesome name. Enzo, how far out were those SPY puts?
The 8th. Those are up 37%.
So what's your Blessed Auto Group asking? What's your target for the SPY? I know that was you played the 390.
The target for the SPY is 3. I said it was 392. I can see a 393 after the 396 area, but my area is 392.80.
392.80.
Bye bye, Tesla. Goodbye. Oh, touch. Aha. I touch. Woo. Those are 100% options right there, ladies and germs. Oh, no. They're letting me do it again, man. I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah, I don't know where Tesla's going, but the only place that we're gonna bounce 398.22.
398.22.
We might
398.21.
We might be about at 44.87 on the SQs then. Excuse me, 44.81.
Oh,
If
I'm
not, we're going.
I'm sorry, 397 put. You go very green.
The 390s that I have are up 125%.
Noise.
AMC is going to be a buy for me around probably 680. Lower than that maybe, but I'm going to reevaluate it at 680. There's the SQ or the SPY coming to the downside.
Man, where's the next support on the SPY?
396.
All right, let's take a first look here. Okay, so not as bad as where we left off yesterday. Let me bring this up full screen. Got that one that comes in like it's everything's dull. You know, with the exception of a few things popping. AZO AutoZone down at 3%. As far as is bright red, bright green, not seeing a lot. Estee Lauder, I think they had some maybe European news come out. Estee Lauder I seen earlier, but a mixed bag. Nothing too exciting. Junk Savvy, you know, the first one's always the boringest. Good morning, my lady. Great to see you. Yeah, blessed. That's the same situation I'm in. I bought a 397 put yesterday for $58. It's worth 162 right now. And we'll see where that goes. RMAD on the move. RMAD up 4% now, 434. And RMED, USEA under that 390 mark, 388. The SPY back above 398. And the Dow now down 0.17%, S&P down 0.4%, the NASDAQ down 0.69%. Giggity. Let's go. And that S&P top 10 not looking any better now. Apple down 0.5%, Microsoft now down 0.25%, Amazon down 0.2%, Tesla now down 2%, 178.85. And if you look at those levels that Enzo here sent out yesterday morning in the Patreon, I think you can say that he nailed all of them. And the great thing about those was he gave you kind of very specific indicators of if this goes to this, this is possible. If it goes to this, that's possible. So be sure to be on the lookout for some more of that. We're going to try to get that info out as frequently as possible to you guys. SPY pushing back up here. Is this a rebound or a fake push?
It's a fake push.
Fake push here. Let's see what.
Yeah, look, it's going off this little red line here. We bounced off a green one. Now we get to a red. What the hell happened to my camera? Why am I all blurry? Very odd.
Yeah, I think that's possible. Tennis, I think it could be overbought for a while. Like I said, long term, I don't think Tesla's going anywhere. I think as they get into the automated driving, things like that, if what Elon says was true, just in regards to that, as far as basically the profitability on each vehicle being like 5 times what it is now, and then you throw robots in outer space into the equation, and who knows where it's going to be. But, you know, it's for a long time there, it was accepted that Tesla was overvalued, you know, because it was all bet on the future. You know, this is in the future. And now things have changed. Other companies have got into it.
I just bought another set of 393s for the 9th, and they're already up 11%.
Let's go.
And for 107, they're already up 120.
Yes, tell that to my good friend here, Tennis. The market is tiring. Get some sleep. Sleep is number 2 for health after steam distilled water. I always tell Enzo, get more steam distilled water in your life. And he's like, dude, what are you talking about? And I'm like, dude. So, yeah. Sleep, too. So, you know, some people live by that never sleep because sleep is the cousin of death. But
that's definitely not it.
I like a good nap. I like an extended nap. I don't get a good
my
sleep,
options are disgusting right now. So I got another challenge this week. $176.38.
What is it?
That was my challenge. There was an account in need. And
yeah, I play that challenge with myself every month too, but not in the stock market.
Oh.
I try to make a little bit of money, pay a lot of bills, and it somehow works sometimes. EV plays pulling your average down. Well, I think the over expectations of them, Arctic Fox. I think we seen a run on them that some people I think just, but you know, maybe not individual people, but the market sentiment that was that this was going to happen overnight, and by 2024. Every human was going to own an electric vehicle. And, now I think just in general, the realism of that. And I think as dumb as this sounds, Arctic Fox, I think for the first time, some people are just realizing like electricity isn't just some free thing that comes out of thin air, which it might be if what Nikolai Tesla had to say was true, but let's just assume that it's a commodity like oil, like whatever. How are we going to power it? You're robbing Peter to pay Paul. So
Paul's pissed then.
Yeah, Paul always is. I mean, at least Paul gets his money. Peter's the one pissed. You think Paul cares where that money comes from? He don't care if you're robbing Peter or your grandma to get it. Paul's getting paid.
Yeah, you
the only one that's getting shysted here is poor old Peter.
Yeah, you definitely go. The roof breaks to the right, just to let you know. Look at those! Oh my god! That is so nasty!
Don't mind him, guys. They let him out once a week.
Woo!
Good old Ben Franklin. He was a statesman? Okay. All right. The market falling. NASDAQ now down 0.75%. S&P down 0.43%. The Dow down 0.15%.
Aaron Bird shot me. Some bad guy.
I think he's a GGTK. I think he's a pretty good guy. Good guy to know.
Good guy. Okay. All right.
Ron D. What's up, Ron? I see there's some new emojis in the chat. I like it. Like it. Non-refundable. What's up? What's up? Good to see you, brother. He's kind of a diva. Kind of a diva, my lady. I think it's that Florida in him. I picture GTA being the same way.
I can't put my mouth on her because I would marry Miss Robin on a daily basis, but obviously you could get it though. I'll put my mouth on you.
It's a work release program, GTA. A guy at the dealership said Rivian truck can't defrost headlights because LED bulbs are not hot enough. Interesting. That a boy, Nan. That a boy.
31% on those 393s. So we just hit 100% on the 393s for the 8th. We just went or we filled a couple of those. And we're also up 30% on the 393s for the 9th. We're up 102% on Tesla 180s from, I've been calling them out all week, last week and this week. And we're up 137% on the 390s for the 12th.
Nice, nice.
I mean, I'm feeling nutty buddy like a payday bar.
I just got one put. I got one thing in the game right now.
I've got schmutz.
But you know what it's up? 193%. So.
You're cute.
Hey. I do what I
Looking
can
like
do.
a snack pack. Don't get me torqued up, dude.
Well, I'm not. I want to see this 396 level. Sorry, I don't mean to cheer against the market here, but
No, it's completely fine. What are you talking about? SQs are just saying no thanks.
Ace Lee, I forgot you were just a quiet commentator, a quiet spectator that night till I think till after it was all done. I think me, you, and D-Grade were talking. As long as you have a good time, Ace Lee, that's all that matters. Well, Rich, you know, I always knew she was the ones with the brains and the beauty in that relationship. But you know, you're the dude, so you got that, buddy. But I'm glad she clued you in. Well, GTA, you know what happened. You know who jinxed Nunya was Jim Cramer. He ruined the Giants' season when he compared him to Disney.
Can we just appreciate?
I've been shorting the Giants ever since.
Can we just appreciate? Other than the 393, oh, never mind. There are. Yeah, every call that I've made out of the last 7 have been 100% options.
Nice.
The last 7. There's 40% on those 393s. Oh, yeah. Sorry, had to get in key. I'm a regular Charlie Puth over here. I got perfect pitch.
How low is this gonna go?
Like ludicrous, baby. We're about to find out. How low? You know, the first line in that song is, "She could go lower than I ever really thought she could."
Well, that's what happens when you make assumptions. You go assuming, like I told you before, you make an ass out of you and me.
Elbows, right?
That's what hot dogs are made out of.
Fair play. That's why I don't need them.
Yeah. Or that's what opinions are. We all have them. Opinions are like blank and blank. We all have them. Oh.
3 pieces of sausage cake.
I know you. You're a 3-piece cheesecake.
Yeah, that guy is a fucking fat ass too. I think he died from like that tie around his neck being too fucking tight in that movie. Jesus Christ. You go back and look at that. He's button screaming for his fucking life. So on Tesla.
That's rumble.com, guys. Rumble.com.
What the fuck did I do?
Nothing. I'm just messing with you.
I mean, I'm pretty on point when I go and say some dumb shit. I know when I offend people usually. Nah, that's true statement.
Hey, Hills. Speak of the devil. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you. Yeah, Saquon's gonna be gone. I hope the Raiders got. I mean, Josh Jacobs is gonna want too much money. We're not gonna be able to sign him now, but I wish we could. Maybe we'll get Barkley on the cheap and swap. Maybe Jacobs goes to the Giants. Yeah, you just got to ask for it, Tennis. That's all. Maybe that's the problem. We haven't been asking for free electricity. Maybe you just gotta put the hand out, you know? I think I got some credence to that. I got a giant waterfall right over there that generates a whole crap ton of electricity by Mother Nature. And all the equipment's been bought and paid for 50 years that turns that water into electricity.
I'm about to start playing Call of Duty at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are up 50% now. Here, I'll go ahead and post these just so everybody knows. These are just beautiful. These are just beautiful call-outs.
Spy falling under that 396 mark.
I got 180 or 182, 140, 129, and 53% to the top side. Nice. All today. Yeah, that account has 10x, well, more than 10x itself.
I'm not in a fighting mood today, Hills. I didn't sleep well. Nice, 422% on that spy, baby. Hey, don't get greedy. Don't get greedy.
Please smack him.
Not financial advice, but.
Not financial advice, but the advice that I will say in a very endearing way is you're an idiot. Go take your money, reset somewhere else. Don't take your loss. Go take your lady out. Go do something nice, but do not lose that money.
Well, yeah, I think that's the key is don't give those gains back.
Right. These might cross over the 200. If they do, I'm gonna hold the 12s actually. I'm gonna get out of another 25%. Uh, 60% on those 393s, and 150 on the first set of 393s that I did call out. There's the 200 right there.
When did the playoffs start, Caesar? I haven't even looked.
I don't know, but Caesar's all of a sudden not on the top. Did you see that? Or not really.
Well, I know you might not have been paying attention the last 5 weeks, Enzo, but I don't shine shoes anymore in fantasy football.
Yeah, you're also not anywhere close.
Hey, all I need is a ticket to the playoffs.
2 tickets to Paris.
Waited so long.
I feel like
if this doesn't work out, I'm seriously considering just starting an Eddie Money cover band channel all day, every day, just me performing, mostly the hits, probably some B-sides, things like that.
Yeah, definitely.
So if this thing goes tits up, look for MIA Eddie Money. Maybe do a little Daryl Hall as well. Oh, Caesar C kicking me in the. Hope you have better luck than last year. Yeah, Caesar, you deserved it last year. It was well deserved. It was a battle though. Caesar, I gotta show you my other league. I sent Enzo a picture of it this morning. We got a 6-way tie for first place. But I got it because I got the most points. But 6-way tie with records.
70% on those 393s and 165 I took profits from the 393s that we had from last week, or excuse me, the 390s from last week. Those are up 222%. I had 11 of those just on this little account. That's what happens when you turn $160 into like 800, and then that 800 you turn into 25.
It's like that guy on the scam infomercials back in the day that used to look like he was on coke, and he'd be like, I'm going to teach you how to make $1 million out of my tiny 1-bedroom apartment.
I'm not trying to make you $1 million. I'm trying to make you a percentage.
I'm saying that was the commercial. You didn't get the joy of infomercials. Your generation, that kind of faded before you guys. So you seen it more subtly. You see the form of ads. You're more in that generation. Infomercials used to be the worst thing in the world, and that's what like half of them were. Half of them were somebody who got rich off of telling people how to get rich. You know what I mean? Like that was their shtick.
Yeah, but if those guys were rich, then you wouldn't be paying for their product.
True. EPOW receives $464 million purchase order from a top 5 global EV battery manufacturer for 80,000 metric tons of graphite anode over 2 years. Yeah, our med was moving. S&P still moving down. Gonna break that that 396 mark.
Anybody remember where I told them the video was going?
What was it?
161, 152, 148. So 160 right now.
So we seen exactly where you said we got to that 396. Now is that a bounce or still just a But wait, there's more. And if you order in the next 5 minutes, you'll receive a second ShamWow absolutely free. Just have to pay shipping, handling, and additional charges.
Nice. I'm out of this Tesla put at the 700.
So Tesla
down 705 Give me that
75, 78. Nice.
That was an in for let me see. I was buying those for $214. I just sold it for $706.
Nice. I used to like the Mitch Hedberg joke, GTA, about the easy payments. He said, I don't want 3 easy payments. Give me 2 easy ones and 1 difficult one. Yeah, not 1, but 2. So the NASDAQ just getting crumbled down closer to 1.5% now. The S&P slight little bounce here, down 0.84%. The Dow down 1/3%, but NASDAQ getting hurt the most. Yeah, it's funny, Rich. I actually worked for a Canadian company that came over here. They rented a little warehouse. It was like around the holidays. Real nice people. I don't even remember how I hooked up with them. Really, really nice people. Paid us cash to they had I guess in Hills, maybe you could verify this. It was the Canadian version of the ShamWow. It was called the Shamizi. And it was the exact same thing. And yeah, they were, like I said, these people were super cool. And like, it was a friend of my mom's knew something. And like, they came to me, they were like, yeah, can you get us like 5 people? You know, you guys can work. We'll pay you off the books, take care of you. You can just, and it was just packaging these pallets of Shamizis up for the holiday season one year. It was interesting, to say the least. My buddy still got half a pallet of them in his garage. If anyone was looking for Shamizi, I could take care of that for you.
Appreciate that. I'll definitely make my order.
Hey, that's you know, they've been making great Christmas presents for the last 9 years. No, those people didn't, Hills. Those people were nice. And it was actually the gentleman that ran the whole thing. I only met him once. He was a real nice guy, but it was a lady and her 2 grandkids that were like maybe 19, 20, and they like just lived in a hotel here for like 3 weeks. The lady was like everything you would want in a grandma, like super nice, smoked major cigarettes, which back then was cool, you know what I mean? Because you know, but yeah, it was all right. Holiday money, man. You always got to have a holiday hustle. You got to do something, man. That's it makes it a little bit easier to have a little extra cash to spend, as opposed to, you know, putting yourself in debt. And I know I've talked to some of you guys about this before. You know, that was, I wouldn't say a problem growing up, but it was an observation, because my mom would always try to outdo herself, and not that she wasn't working 3 jobs, but you know, there would still be, she would go all out, and then looking back, I can see that she suffered over the long run to then pay off that stuff, you know, things like that. So it's not about things. It's about meaningful stuff.
402
you know.
calls December 9th.
Gonna do what now?
Spy 402 calls December 9th.
Spy 402 calls for December 9th. So you like it to go back up?
Yeah, I got in for 114. They're already up 5%.
Hills, I'm assuming that there was a tax involved, right? I don't know if and maybe that was like a thing. Like I said, that was when I was a kid, but I always just assumed that if they bought something in America and then brought it back, they had to pay some kind of duty on it or something like that. So I always assumed that's why they did it.
Dude.
I mean, the bigger issue is it was the corporations. So your Kmart, picture Kmart in the late 80s, early 90s, or Hills. If any of you guys had a Hills was where the toys are. You know, these places were jumping. They were the spot to be. You know, it wasn't, there was people there. So this happened continually. You would think that they would have had the good sense, especially because they sold the item in Kmart. They sold garbage cans. All they had to do was put some garbage cans in the damn parking lot. So it was their fault for littering, but it was our fault for not giving them a place to throw their used sneakers out. Enzo, you got a question here. What's up, Martin?
What's up?
Okay, we got a cleanup on aisle 9. RMED.
All right. Oh, Jesus.
Medical. RMED. Okay. And while you observe that, Enzo, it's 10:15. I'm gonna go let the dogs out real quick while you break that down for Mr. Apollo. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Your top is going to be 12.19. I would look 11.30 first. But you could possibly get 12.86, 12.90 area. First place you're looking for it if it breaks to the upside. Probably 569 or so. I would let's call it 563. I want that gap fill. September, October area. I want that green wick on the 20th. Oh, there goes AMC. So this is now red. SQ still trying to go with some strength here. If they decide to fall, SQs will come back 44.51. If it wants to continue to keep going, it'll go 460 or 46.80, and then sit back down. I don't know that it's going to do that. I think we're going to probably chill. $240 a contract. Get off me. Gross. That is yucky. What grudge are we holding for 30 years? Hills, why do you got to get him fired up? You know? He hadn't yelled at anybody yet. You know, he was feeling saucy. Those 402s are just at even right now. Actually, they just went green for the 9th. Typically, I would tell somebody if I were to like say that, even if I were to take the 402s in my own accounts, which I have, I would still tell you guys 390, 399 or so, just to stay under that psychological. Pay your few extra dollars. I'm just throwing money around. Looking at the volatility. AMC 680, I still think it's about 680. There's the bounce right there off of that 45.76 on the SQs. Blessed Auto Group says SPY flagging for the downside. Oh yeah, no, of course it is. That's what they do. I mean, you could definitely get the 394, no question in my mind. Auto Group. I just think that right here they want you to get to 304 or 394 today, because that 394 area on the SPY. Thank you. Wake up. 394 is where all that open interest is. Oh, that's December. Is where all the open interest is, right here. All the way to that 402 mark, or 492, excuse me, 392 mark on the SQs, or excuse me, for the SPY today. And that's what, 8 times the amount of volume coming in over the top. Somebody put 2,000 calls in or sold them, depending how you prefer. 418s. That's a curious one. RM. Shit. Yeah. This thing is about to grab stapler. So $463. Let's just call it $468 just to make sure we get the buy. Yeah, no, you definitely have a talent there, Hills. I don't know. I'm out here looking like ZZ Top, though. That's a fact, Jack. Can I get the bounce home? Yeah. Actually, Martin, watch the 451. I'm about to just start playing Call of Duty, Caesar. This market doesn't want any of me. Yeah, 465 is where I hope that goes. 462 or so is where I hope that bounces. Spy right here is deciding to hold this red line that I had, which was a really dark red line. Let's see if I can make this any bigger. That one. And we're trying to hold it. So if we decide to hold this instead of just going 396.73 and gapping back down, I'll be looking for a new species of animals here shortly.
All right, well, we're looking for new species of animals now.
Yeah, I don't know how I just got there, but we were getting. Never mind.
No, I like it. I offloaded that put.
Yeah.
Bought for 58, sold for 258.
Oh. That's it?
That's it.
Could have got more there.
Maybe. I got it pretty close to the bottom and then played back to the upside.
I can make my bottom clap with no hands.
Caesar's doing his work as fast as possible so he can play video games. Oh, you and Enzo are in the same boat, huh? Yeah.
Are you kidding me right now?
Didn't you just say you're about to go play Call of Duty?
No, I said I want to.
I
I wasn't going to go anywhere, though.
I thought you and Enzo were, or you and Caesar were friggin' skipping
Caesar's
school
at
and playing
work.
video
He's
games.
no fun. He's no fun right now because he's got...
You guys don't want none of this smoke anyways.
I will literally play you right now in front of God and everybody and destroy you.
Come on, man. I don't want to...
No, you don't want to... Yeah, right. You don't want to...
You don't want none of this.
No, I do. I have, ever since I laid eyes on it.
All right, we got the NASDAQ down 1.2%. We got the S&P down 0.78% now.
There you go,
Dow
Martin.
Jones down 0.37%. What are you looking at,
Moving.
Armed?
Yep.
Back over, actually not back, but over that $5 mark, pushing up 513, 515 on RMED, 23% gains. Arctic Fox, don't kick yourself. I know that's what you're thinking right now. Don't even put it in the rear view, my friend. That's all. This USEA dip starting to look nice. 383 on USEA.
I don't know, but chocolate Hostess donuts for the win.
RA Medical for the win, apparently. Evidently. Let's go back to
Scrumdiddlyumptious.
oh, let's bring this heat map up. We got a little color now. Bada bing, bada boom, son of a bang. Lots of bright red now. Put your shades on. Enzo's got them on. He was prepared. That should have been a sign. You should do that, Enzo. If you think it's going to be a red day, you wear sunglasses. If not, you show those baby blues.
Okay.
We'll make it a thing.
My eyes are
I like
brown.
things. Huh?
My eyes are brown.
Whatever. That would make
Well,
sense.
I mean, I'm Italian, so.
Yeah, my eyes fluctuate. They're like a brownish, greenish, hazel kind of
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, you got that
Plus, I
colorway.
don't trust mirrors, so when people ask me what color my eyes are, I tell them, "You tell me." But why don't you tell me? You tell me. All right, lots of red everywhere. Where to start? Whole technology. Not seeing any.
Signs everywhere.
There's
Signs.
a little green. Hewlett Packard is up just shy of 0.1%. So it's got that going for it. That's why dude's getting a Dell. Over here, communication services, AT&T, just about the only thing in the entertainment sector. Healthcare, not a whole lot. United Health, which is the big one, holding just under 1% gains. Energy, at least, is a mixed bag at this point. Tesla getting hit again. Amazon getting hit. UPS down 3%. Railroads, which I haven't been following the railroad stocks enough, probably as I should. Only so many hours in a day, but going into the, I would have thought that this would have been that they would have dipped going into the potential strike, and now with a resolution, you would expect them up, but not the case. Not the case. Luca Bamba, how you feeling, brother? Hopefully you are back to as close as 100% as possible. And hopefully we learned something from this. Liquid Drano could be dangerous stuff.
Yeah, you're not supposed to drink it on the rocks.
No.
Shake it, not stir it.
That is financial advice or life advice. Do not, no. And the market's falling back more. NASDAQ down 1.33%. S&P approaching that 1% loss. Dow Jones down 0.5%. Ay. So let's see. Where will this put us in relation to right before J Powell talked? What day was that? Right here. So pretty much on par. If we continue at this, we'll be right around this 395.40 mark, somewhere down here, which was pretty much where we were pre J Powell's pep talk. So then again, I've got to ask you, Enzo, now does this put all the emphasis back on the Fed next week now? No, J Powell talked last week, Luca, but that's what I'm saying. When he talked last week, it was on the 30th. This is when the market kaboomed. Right after he talked. But what I'm saying is we keep going like this, we're going to, at least give back those levels. We might come back down to these levels. And then if we get that going into him speaking, it puts it right back at the forefront. I mean, at least for a day.
I think the SPY is going to 360, so I'm not even concerned.
360, huh?
Oh, yeah. And here's why. Not only because of the technicals tell me that it can go to about 328, I realistically think it should be about 260. But assuming that any of those are correct, it's still down, it's still up 12% in the last quarter, which it's never been that. If we've had 3 bad quarters in a row, not only do all the indicators right now say recession, hey, recession, but I just realized that, listening to MIA's thing every morning when we're working before coming in here, is the market just completely stopped talking about that recession. I haven't heard the recession. I haven't heard the market's doing poorly. I have not heard anything other than, hey, Lucid's a great stock. Or, you know what I'm saying? Hey, SOS, buy a bag. Lunatard, right here. Grab yourself a shovel.
That's it.
Take your shoes off. Stay a while because you're going to be bag holding until you're 65.
Well, I don't know. Like I said, I could definitely see it playing out exactly how the last one did. I still think J Powell maybe goes up 0.5%, but I think a 75 basis points is in play now. I mean, that might be the shock. Last time it was the 75 came out, the market rallied for 29.5 minutes, and then literally gave that back and some in the next 20 minutes. Yeah, and for a while there, blessed, it was like that was the benchmark. Is the S&P going to get to 4,200, or is it going to fall back to 3,600 first? And that was the talking point when we fluttered kind of around 380 for a while. That was the talk, and it was pretty much just an open-ended question for these people to pat themselves on the back and give a vague answer and get paid for doing it.
Oh, that's not how we do it here?
We don't get paid for doing it.
Oh,
from a corporation. You know what I mean? Like there's not a corporation in my ear right now saying push this stock. You know what I mean?
you know what's crazy though that really scares me in a good way?
Hmm.
What's the alcoholic you listen to? Jim Cramer. Kramer is he's saying, hey, everybody, sell out of your crypto.
Yeah, I see
Sell it all
everybody
now.
saying that they're bullish on crypto now.
Yeah, I'm gonna spit in Jim's mouth. I hate that guy. Is Nikki healed up from our escapades?
Yeah, he's good. He's good to go.
Good.
Well, I think we're in a depression, Luca Bamba. I think it's just a matter of labeling it. You know, we were in a recession when they chose to change the label after 2, negative quarters of GDP. It's not like if they came out today and said, we're officially in a recession. Recession starts tomorrow. It's not going to change anything. We're living it. They can tell us all they want. They can call it not a depression, recession, whatever. But I think people that are living it, can't hate him anymore. Hey, he is what he is. The thing about him is to me, he's a useful resource, and it's not because I go into it thinking, okay, whatever Kramer says, I'm going to bet the opposite. It's not that at all. Because some stuff, and it is all about perspective on some stuff. I mean, I think he's a blowhard. I think he's a hypocrite. I think
blow
he
me hard.
Like I said, that China thing, literally telling everybody to buy China on a Thursday, and then the next Tuesday telling people, the next Monday telling people that they're commies and we don't buy nothing from China and hanging up on the guy. That's
the first thing that he says to me one morning. He goes, "You'll never believe what this dickhead says." I go, "What?" He goes, "You remember that Kramer was just telling us to buy China, whatever. He was doing it all day." The next Monday, Kramer's running his mouth saying, no, it's not the right time. Well, that's because this week, Monday of this week,
and he was ignorant about it. This person called in about Neo. They gave a nice introduction. Hey, Jim, first time, long time, blah, 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 blah. It was a nice, sweet old lady. She was like, so what do you think about Neo? I'm not touching China. They're commies. We got enough problems here in the U.S. Next caller. Like, what?
Hey, I feel like if you need, I could get the Vanna White up, you know what I mean? And if you want to just like run around like your head's cut off, I mean, I could throw things at you if that makes you feel better. I feel like that guy is literally being...
It works. It's the Dane Cook method. You run around in a circle and say stuff. People aren't really sure if it's funny, but they laugh because there's so much going on.
Those are every single play. That's 100% option right there. The 393 is just posted over 106. Suck it.
Damn it. I put a buy in and missed it by a penny. What the?
My ears are touching. Let's go.
Sad times for the market right now. Now the S&P down back over that 1% mark, down 1.09%. NASDAQ down 1.57%. The Dow holding up a little bit, but still down 0.63%.
That's what I did want to comment on, by the way, if I may. People, I don't think, should be upset when the market's down. I think that people need to get in touch with their inner spirit animal or whatever they need to do to fix themselves. But like, if you're having swings to the point where they're changing your mood, or to the point where like you're just not happy doing what you're doing, hey, figure it out, do something else, but don't just keep throwing money at a problem.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Mental health, especially this time of year. Definitely.
I'm about ready to give my mental to somebody else at this point.
Yeah. Well, you know, and me and Enzo have talked about this off the air, about putting something together, maybe in a podcast form or something like that, about mental health. And it is a very, very broad topic. And I think me and him kind of lay on opposite ends of the spectrum in one sense, but at the same point in another sense. So I think we could offer a lot of mental health advice. I think we're allowed to give that. Anybody can give that, right? As long as you're not saying you're a psychiatrist. Or life advice, I guess you would call it.
Oh, I'll give you life advice. I'll give you the advice how to run.
I mean, do you have to have a PhD to give life advice? I'm not sure how that works. Disclaimer, not life advice. Just words being thrown into the atmosphere. Just like marijuana. It just happens to be a plant that if you light it on fire, weird shit happens. Who knows?
I need a barometer.
Anyways, though, the point of that rambling was mental health is, you know, it's got a stigma to it. It doesn't have to be that you're on the ledge of a building. It doesn't have to ever get to that extreme nature. It's just like anything else. You can notice the signs early. And like I was telling Enzo, it's if any of you guys know the Robin Williams meme that you know, it says like the people that laugh the loudest do that because they know how it feels to feel shitty. They don't want people to feel that way, so they're always smiling, they're always happy, you know. Doesn't necessarily mean that everything is good.
I mean, I'm peachy right now.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, check on your friends, check on your loved ones, communicate with them, ask them how they're doing. You know, don't be intrusive, but it's important to almost intrude on the people you love's life in that sense, out of concern, not in a jackass kind of way, but you know. Oh, I missed the heist. No, I think Kramer changes his mind 100% on sponsorships and things like that. You know, if you look at the plays that he does with his trust, Luka Bamba, he's a fantastic trader. That trust does very well. It outperforms the S&P, but that's a different story than the message that he's putting out every day. Every day he's you know. If you need to look any further, just we like Coinbase at 420. I mean, Coinbase, great. That's a steal. That's a buy. So you know what I mean.
Grandmother at 422.
Hills Bills. I love that idea too, Hills Bills. First off, thank you so much for that super chat, and I really do love that idea. Have a channel where you give advice to kids with absent dads. I mean, I think that's a great point, and you know, Hills has mentioned that to me before. But you know how many kids out there don't have, you know, somebody to look up to, and it's tough to try to be a father figure, you know, to somebody. But I think you can offer advice to, especially, you know, kids that are coming up. And like I said, it's not because I'm wise. I don't think that at all. I think I did enough dumb shit in my life and somehow
Facts
came out of it, hopefully a better person.
Mm-hmm. We made all the mistakes so you don't have to.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm still making them. I'm on a roll.
I still make them every day. I make, you know, but if you try to do something every day, a little something to be a better person, then Arctic Fox. You can only do that like in the Netherlands. You can only do that like there. They got that weird named whatchamacallit. I'm not gonna say it, but yeah. That's so true. Tennis, health and intelligence. There is only one. Mental and artificial are just distractions. Very true. Very true. Blessed asking, we got a bounce incoming, Enzo. Bounce.
Yeah.
Pick it up. Oh, I'm
Already
sorry.
did.
I didn't even realize I had that daily chart up there. Okay, we got 10:47. We are 1 hour and 17 minutes into this day. GTA, why are you feeling personally attacked? What's the problem, brother? What's the problem?
Don't be soft.
Yeah. And tennis, unfortunately, that's probably, I don't know if the numbers are that high, but I was one of those kids. And not that I would have looked to YouTube because it didn't exist, but I was fortunate enough to have friends who had dads in their lives that, you know, were a big influence on me. Nothing could replace, obviously, having both parents in the household. But
What?
huh?
433% options, 15 to 83, $450 a piece, or excuse me, 450%.
Nice. Fantastic.
I bought a bunch of those too. Ugh.
All right, so that S&P top 10 looking bloody. Apple down 1.6%, Microsoft down 1.2%, Amazon down nearly 2% at 89.29, Tesla all the way down at 176.61, and that's coming off that low of 175.34. Google down nearly 2% under that $98 mark, now 97.99. NVIDIA down 3%. You actually called 160 yesterday on NVIDIA, not 162, Enzo. So it's getting even closer to that. Down 3%, 161.13.
My apologies.
Berkshire down 0.75%. Meta getting kicked in the teeth, down 6%. United Health up 0.25%.
Getting kicked in the teeth.
They are. And United Health, again, guys, not a sexy stock for many reasons. It's not. But it holds a lot of weight. You know what I mean? It holds the same amount of weight that Apple holds in the NASDAQ and the S&P. United Health holds in the Dow.
Are we talking about some junk in the trunk right now?
Oh, United Health got back. So maybe it's got a little bit of back hunch, that is. Just got a call asking if I want to refinance my primary residence. My rate is 2.35%, so I could cash out and get a rate of 7%.
Jesus. If that doesn't spell a deal, I don't know what does.
Wow. Not a lot, tennis. Not a lot leaves me speechless. Just imagine being the person that has to make that phone call.
Mm-hmm.
How do you make that? How do you get up and you know, you get up today, you have your breakfast, you're going to work, you're thinking the whole way there, yep, My job is absolutely useless. There is really no need for me to be there at all.
What if I were to tell you that there weren't going to be any more Apple iPhones?
I would say.
Would you believe me?
No, never.
Okay.
Never.
What's the time and the date right now?
Define what you mean by no more.
Fini. Not zero. Zilch.
Like from when? When's the cutoff? When can the last one come through the sweatshop?
Oh shit.
Is that okay to say sweatshop? I'm sorry. Child labor camps? What do we call them?
Daycares, for if you will.
Daycares, yes. Let's go. Compensated daycares.
Right. I think next year.
So you don't think? Okay, so you don't think that they're going to be able? Well, why?
I don't think they're going to be an iPhone next year. I think that they're going to either merge that technology into another, which ends up being something very tiny or slim or something. But I genuinely do think that Apple has the ability to fall off from the top. I see, like, you can see Google's doing their own thing now with the Pixel. Samsung's obviously been doing it, but it seems like to me that something about I don't know, whoever the hell it is, the United Nations or whoever was regulating their charger didn't much like them at all, just in general.
Yeah, I could see that, but I don't think they're going anywhere. I think they'll continue because there's such a market for it. I mean, the only way that I could see if we slip into a deep recession, I don't think it's going to matter if consumers have the money to buy iPhones. The only thing that's going to dictate it is if Verizon, AT&T, if those companies stop buying iPhones, then there won't be an iPhone. As long as they keep buying them from them, it's not going to matter how much money people have to spend because it's a small percentage of people that go out. Sure, there is people that go out and drop the 1100, whatever it is, on the iPhone the first day. You get those kind of people, but the majority of the sales are people just adding it onto their bill and paying it every month. So it's not going to matter as long as they can still sell them that way. You know, you're going to give me an $800 phone and most people already have them. You know what I mean? So sure, you get a new generation that are getting fresh into the iPhone, but you got someone that has the old one. Verizon, you know, I did it with my Samsung. Verizon, hey, you want to trade that thing in? We'll give you a $800 phone for free. Okay, why not? What's it matter? I mean, it does.
Because we're going to stiff you with the pipe cleaners on the
Yeah.
back end.
Oh, yeah, that's absolutely it. I mean, it comes with a year. You know, you need a contract, this, that, and the other thing. And when it's all said and done, sure, I'm overpaying every month, even though I don't have a phone payment.
I had to take a horse shard test.
A what? A horse shark test? Is that where they show you like a blot of ink and you're supposed to like identify what it is? I see a unicorn. Now it's a puppy.
Oh shit! No, I just got it backwards. I think.
Yeah, that's a Warshock. Warshock.
It is. It is. That is not what I said. Wow. A Warshart test. I don't know. Nope, still can't get it. It's the ink blot test.
Yeah, the ink blot test. Yeah, Kirstie Alley. That was sad. Cancer is a MFer. R.I.P. to her. I always thought she was much better one on Cheers. Just my take. Our med is $6 or $6 today. I'm sorry, I'm having some internet issues on my other computer over here. It's funny. Spectrum wants to call me every 6 minutes looking for their money, but they don't want to give me internet that friggin' works.
Right. Yeah, it's weird because I've had Spectrum have a lot of problems lately. Just all of a sudden.
Yeah. What you think? $6 on our med? Is it in the cards?
Yeah, if it wants to hold the 520.
Does it need a... So when you're looking at something like that on a day like this with the market on a I would say a pretty steady decline so far anyways, you know, how does that play into when you're looking at momentum for something that's kind of off the beaten path like that, something that's not, you know, a blue chip mover?
Well, what I would look at is if I didn't have anything like on this stock, I don't have any. Whoops. I don't have anything on this at all. So what I start to look for is where was its prior no areas. Like, no, I don't think so. 29 was the first one, but right now that's not even close to realistic just because we're at a $5 area. Is 29 realistic if we were sitting here at, let's say, $19 or $19.58? Then yeah, but right now, no. I look for this gap fill right here. There were about 40,000 shares I just saw go through here. So I look at this on a daily. I look at this. This area right here. And then I'm paying attention to this. These green wick tops right here to trend. Right here, if it breaks up to the upside, you're looking at that 630 area. But if we only would want to go to like a 554, I could see that as well. So 554, 554, and then I mean, yeah, through $6 easily. 610 would be probably the 50 EMA for the day. Or excuse me, the 50 EMA. Look at the volume though, the green volume. These are dailies. This is on a daily chart. Right here under my curve, right above my cursor, that is an ass load. And I mean a lot of green volume. You got to think, like, even when they were dropping this thing from $80 all the way down to $40 in like 2 weeks, they didn't have anywhere close to that. But they did run from 15 all the way to 45 with not even 1.7 volume. We've done 23 million. We've done 23 million in the last 2 days. Yeah, 23 million both days. So I look at that as being a good thing. That means that would be probably an indicator up to the upside. Now to find out where it would go, I'd go to those places of resistance, 556, 554 area, then let's call it 601, but they'll probably give you that 610 to trap you through the 610. It'll probably be 612 is the break even, I'm assuming, on whatever, probably 550s or $6.
Walmart. Yes, I did catch a little bit of that interview, Sabrina. I got to revisit that, and I like that. I like that Luca Bamba. She's in a place where everyone knows her name. Talking about Kirstie Alley. That's pretty cool. I like that. But yeah, Walmart prices could rise. Stores may close due to theft. CEO tells CNBC. We've had that conversation. And then Sabrina follows it up with, they don't want anyone in their stores. Yes, I could not agree more. I think that's something I've been saying for well over a year now.
He hasn't let the Walmart thing go.
That's the ultimate
Is
plan.
It the fact that you don't like the way that the store looks?
No, I think it's obvious. Once they stopped utilizing every square foot the way that they used to in there, I noticed the changes. So once that space became less valuable, that's what that meant. You didn't see as many end caps. You didn't see stuff, stuffed in. And then you've seen the increasing self-checkout stuff, so they don't, it's everything about it. And if that is their intent to keep people shopping in there, they're doing a piss poor job of it. So that's the only other explanation is, all you got to do is walk into a Walmart, look around, walk out, and then go walk into Target, look around, and walk out.
Please
and if
don't
you can't see, one of these will, and I'm not saying Target's going to last with their bottom line, all that stuff. I'm just talking about just the quality of the shopping
last on my
experience.
girlfriend. They'll last on Katie's receipts alone. She loves Target. She will not go anywhere else. And I think you were touching on that the other day. Like it's a preference. Like Home Depot and Lowe's.
Oh yeah. But the tough thing right now for Target is the spending, the excessive spending isn't there. Like I said, the way that Target thrived was you go to Target to get, whatever one item that you're going to get, and you end up, buying 10 other things because it's a pleasant shopping experience. You go into Walmart, you feel like you're in an episode of Walking Dead and you're trying to get your shit and get out. And you know what I mean?
AMC's breaking up above VWAP right now. It's probably going to go retest that 728 area.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Sabrina. They would love for everyone to pick up or get delivery. And they may have something where like people still check themselves out. It might not be an overnight thing, but for sure. Yeah, Kohl's is another one people like to shop at, especially with that Kohl's Cash and all that stuff. But Walmart, you just, like I said, maybe things have just gotten out of hand and the stores have just slipped because they realize they don't need one manager for every 2 employees. But I just see it as if they're able to, so they already got the real estate, they convert those to just, basically fulfillment centers.
It's actually a brilliant idea. He's actually thought this out.
Not going to put Amazon out of business, but it's going to hurt Amazon.
He's actually thought about this because I thought he was just talking just to talk when he was talking about this the other day. And then I started actually listening to what he said. And it makes a lot of sense. Like by no means will they go and touch any type of substantial portion, I guess, of Amazon's clientele base, but they'll definitely
hurt their retail. They'll hurt their retail because they'll be
absolutely.
And then what's yet to be seen is how the Walmart Plus shakes out. Now, how ambitious is Walmart with this streaming service? You know what I mean? Did they launch a Walmart stick, a Walmart, or whatever they want to call it? Is there going to be a new device, like the Amazon Fire Stick? Am I going to get a Wally stick?
Wally. By the way, Lucid's going to $5 apparently. Hills Bills is saying that's not financial advice, but the Hills have eyes apparently.
It's a tough go.
Especially when Lucid-
Down 8.5% today. Lucid down at 863, and it is a tough go for the auto market right now. Lordstown Motors down 3.25.
A second ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, look at Centro down 9%, Polestar down 5%, Mullen down 4%, Mullen down at new did they hit that today? New all-time low?
What, 6 cents?
18. General Motors down 1%, Ford almost down 1%, Lucid. Look at Neo. Neo holding a little green. Not much,
right.
but a little. Rivian
Neo's
down
doing
4%.
drugs.
And Tesla down 3%.
Yeah, these are the days that, like, those were the days. What is that, All in the Family?
Mm-hmm. Those were the days.
Jesus. I am Meathead.
Wasn't that Rob Reiner? He is a meathead.
I don't know, but that stash was god awful.
Yeah. Gabe Kaplan went on to master that stash a few years later in that hit series, Welcome Back, Kotter.
Never heard of it.
We talked about it. I used it as a thumbnail. You didn't know what it was.
Oh, yeah. The one, yeah.
Lucid to run out of money by September will need some kind of funding. Sounds like an offering.
They'll get it.
That's because all the early investors sold out. All the people from CCIV sold out right when the lockup date, right when they were able to. I still never forget that day. Caesar C bought the dip and what seemed like the tastiest dip of all time, because it went from I think around $22, dropped all the way down to like 14 and some change in a matter of like a half hour. Caesar bought that dip. It ended up closing close to 18 or 19, something like that. By the end of the day, it came back, but it was a very telegraphed move after. And then we called the same thing out on Rivian, and anybody that took that not financial advice or just looked into it and made some money off Rivian when Rivian's lockup date came for Amazon and Ford, which I'm still not sure exactly how much they sold off, but there sure as hell was a big drop in Rivian that day. Yeah, Kramer was saying it was a buy at 50. Absolutely. And you know, when it comes to people that say that stuff, like, I can't say that like they were trying to mislead somebody at that point. Obviously, like, your opinions on a stock, your opinions on the market change on a day-to-day basis. I totally get that end of it. It's when you talk in absolute, you know what I mean, that you get yourself in trouble. So like here, you'll always hear me try to give the most negative side of something that I could be absolutely bullish on, just to make sure that you don't look at it like, well, some dude on the internet said it's good, so it's got to be good. Like, you know, but that's my problem, is people like Kramer speak with some kind of authority and are giving financial advice. You know what I mean? It's not. And when they put that, like Coinbase was a blatant example. They were obviously, allegedly compensated or something because in hindsight, that was just a big circle banana for Coinbase all over the media leading up to it. You know, that was the hype train, the height of the IPO, and it was just nonsensical. Mr. Burry, you will respect my authority. Good morning, Mr. Burry, or afternoon. I don't know where you are. or what time of day it is there, but happy trails to you wherever it may be. I need the drum roll thing. I will have that. I'll have the good Let's take one more look now. It's 11:11. Make a wish out there, guys. You never know. Maybe it might come true. You don't know unless you try. And as G.I. Joe always says, knowing is half the battle. And if you knew to not play upside in the market today, you already accomplished half that battle, because all there is red. Red here, more red here. You got red in this region, and then boom, here's more red over here. So you got a few things green, not much. Energy seeming to be slipping back to the dark side. Utilities, a little bit of green. Nothing good. Nothing good.
It's all good, baby.
Thank you for clearing up that record there, Mr. Burry. Oh, yes, I like this quote. I'm glad they showed up there. What Jamie Dimon said today about crypto. Jamie Dimon, JP Morgan CEO? Pretty sure JP Morgan. He says, crypto is a sideshow. Tokens are like pet rocks. Straight up called your tokens pet rocks. What do you think about that? Now I don't know how the context was, because I missed the interview. So I don't know if he was talking about specific tokens, or if he was just talking about crypto in general. But I mean, I think the way that he prefaced it with crypto is a sideshow, and Bitcoin trying to cross that 17,000, 16,998.
I mean, if he wants to see a sideshow, like, I could show him one.
No,
I crank the box every once in a while.
Well, that's the only way the little thing pops out. Pop.
Right, naturally.
Pop goes the weasel. Pop, pop goes the weasel. The weasel. Pop goes the weasel, because the weasel goes pop. That's nothing. That's before your time, homie. That's when rappers used to put nursery rhymes in song to show how gangster they were. What you know about it? Slick Rick did one too. Once upon a time not long ago.
Hickory dickory dock, your mom jumped up.
Little boy blue, 'cause he needed the money. Hey! I don't know if you're allowed to say that, but
No, probably not.
that's copyright stuff right there.
Non-refundable. I am out of those 395s.
Yeah, Mr. Burry, that is the destruction of the economy by unbridled greed, triggering mass poverty across Main Street. Yeah, and what I'm worried about, and genuinely, is will the unseasonable weather hold up in Europe? And I'm only going off mainstream media, with them telling me that it's an unseasonably warm, which I think is a good thing. Will that hold up as we get into the winter months? Will energy start to be a real issue? I seen a video yesterday from 1970, I forget, but it was Jimmy Carter addressing the people about the energy shortage back then, because oil was running out. There wasn't going to be any more. And listening to him tell people to, and this is in the winter, telling people to set their thermostats to 55 at night and only go as high as 65 during the day and buy a sweater. It just seems like it's a never-ending game with this energy thing. It's held over our heads. You know, money is a big thing. We always talk about money, the ruling classes, whoever they may be, using that money, that power. But think of the power that energy has been held over our heads for so long. And I'm not saying like, hey, we should just have free energy everywhere, but like, number one, the innovations in energy have been tremendous. Number two, I'm not saying that oil is a limitless supply ever, but I think we could all agree that we are constantly lied to on the supply issues of oil and natural gas. It's all more politicized, more used to hold over the balance of people's heads. And now, are people going to freeze in Europe because of a war that they want nothing to do with, that they have no part in? They're just a citizen in another country. Like, that's the tough thing to swallow. Oh, nice. Picked up the missus some new ski poles. Just need boots and we can get some day sessions in the is that the Czech Republic? Michael, I'm sorry. I don't know. I know things got reorganized over there. Things like that. I don't know which country's which. I apologize. Watch GBP. They have tapped the gas reserves and are exporting to Europe. Brexit is nonsense. Those strategic reserves in the North Sea are being tapped. Yeah, don't be worried. Don't worry. Be slappy. I like it. Good stuff, Enzo. Good stuff. Post that in
That's a gain. I can't.
I'll do what now?
I said that would be considered a gain, and it's not. It's not mine, so I'm not.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
But however, it is a $167 account that went to 2,600 in what, 4 days? It's not a bad week. Excuse me, $267.
GTA, you sold Lucid up at 45 Hills. I know you did well off of Lucid Hills. You sold, if not at the very top, I know you sold some maybe in the 50s, up around that area. Oh, he's been riding them, Michael Burry. He's been doing the bull dance all day, feeling the flow, Happy Gilmore style.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he rode
That
him
was
hard.
always the creepiest part of that, too.
What, when the short guy's riding the...
Yep. Hands down the creepiest part of that entire
Shooter
situation.
McGavin's making out with Happy Gilmore's grandma in a kiss.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, that part you don't see anything wrong with. It's just the little guy riding the tricycle horse around.
What's the problem?
I don't see a problem with it.
I mean, I see a problem with the weird little short guy, but like, I don't see a problem with it making out with a grandma. No.
In a kiss mask, if you're Shooter
easily.
McGavin.
Easy. That just seems like a good Friday night.
Not a bad move there, Mr. Burry, thinking of investing in 3M with the amount of sandpaper Enzo must be going through. Well, and plus, he's spread the sandpaper to the to
the Dutch side.
Yeah, to the Dutch people. So,
you know, Michael, my preferred, I like a nice 65. Sometimes I'll hit it with the 120, like little buff cube every once in a while, but you know.
You should pitch this idea to Trojan Ends. You know, maybe there's room out there. Maybe the they had the term
Trojan with that. Trojan's a little too highbrow.
No, but that's where you want to go. You got to
like
shoot at the top, ribbed for her pleasure. How about graded for his pleasure? right? Or pain, you know, whatever it is you're into. No?
I mean,
Just
I'm
thinking out loud
down.
here, just spitballing.
Hey,
you know?
look, man. I'm ready to
Listen,
just.
Joe
I'm just-
Rogan started out with his only sponsor being the fleshlight, so you got to do what you got to do.
I mean, looking back on it, you got to think that that's a good business decision.
Yeah.
By the way, Tesla to the upside $2 since I got out of my puts.
Oh, nice. Hills bought Lucid for a year under 20. Average was around 19. Sold when yours truly messaged you it was running when you were at work. Sold it 50 shares at a time, all the way up to 56. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
I think I'm yours truly, right?
No, you're not yours truly. I messaged her. This was like last year when Lucid was running. And I knew she had a big stake in it. So that's what I do. That's how I hold it down. I would do that for, you know, if I know you got something, you're not around. I knew she was at work. Bam. Communication. You got to communicate. You got to get the data out to people.
Right.
I didn't tell her it's run and go sell. She made that decision 1,000% on her own. I just let her know it was running.
You should tell her to sell that.
To sell what? She already sold it. That shit's long gone.
I know. I'm saying you should just tell her to sell it again because it's ass.
BuzzFeed announced plans to reduce expenses by implementing an approximately 12% reduction in the current workforce. Strong job markets. Strong to quite strong. Economy good.
It'll probably
BuzzFeed becoming the latest. Well, Pepsi, we talked about Pepsi earlier with their layoffs. And
did they
run? Let me check. Where you at, Pepsi? You're in the whatchamacallit, aren't you? Isn't Pepsi in the Dow Jones? I thought they were. Or is it just Coca-Cola? Just Coke is in there? Oh, they're in the NASDAQ top 10. No, down 0.5%. They did shoot up a little bit at the open. Probably on that news. Was up at 183 or 184.29. Now down at 182.10. Wow, GameStop is stepping back from its aggressive push into Web3 cryptocurrency. According to Axios, the meme dress company is bracing for another round of layoffs, and engineers tasked with building GameStop's blockchain wallet will be heavily impacted. Dun, dun, dun.
Bad news. Yeah, right. Look at Tesla.
So what does that mean for GameStop going into these earnings tomorrow? Down 3.5% right now at 24.70.
So I haven't touched this GameStop charting in. These are just like continuation lines, but that's all I got on GameStop. And last time I probably touched it was here you go, right here. September 9th. So 3 months ago. And we're still here. We broke low. We're still holding though the inside of that green candle. Last time we decided to come through the bottom. Every time we come through the bottom, we get a huge rejection. Or I'm sorry, a huge level of support right here at the 2029, the 2731, excuse me, 28, 2388 mark. I would be very impressed if they got that thing to go lower than 2380. But if it gets anywhere near there, I'm definitely buying it.
$23.80 you're buying?
Yeah.
You're just talking short term, and then how long? What are you looking to do with it?
Probably look back through the break up to 32.
You're not worried about upside with this news that Sabrina just dropped?
I think it's gonna go. I think it's gonna go up on that news.
See, I don't know. I thought if it was retail layoffs, things like that, I think it would have. But if you're talking about engineers and if they're pulling back on this push into crypto, I mean, maybe part of that is a PR thing to distance themselves from crypto, at least for a short.
So what have you?
You know what I mean?
What have you just done though? If you've distanced yourself from crypto, when typically your entire revenue, or I'm sorry, your entire clientele base is essentially saying, "Hey, we want this." But as a business, somebody that's investing in GameStop, like as a as a market maker and as somebody that's an institutional investor, I look at that as a good thing. I look at that as they went and said, hey, it's not the time for this right now, so let's go back to the drawing board. Tesla's more than likely going to be shortable off the 180.
Okay, so here's some news that came out a minute ago here. Senate Banking Chairman Brown to introduce bill closing shadow banking loophole after Elon Musk says Twitter will process payments. So now that Elon's doing it, they got to try to do something, apparently. Along with Neuralink being investigated, which maybe that's not a bad thing. They should probably be looking at that just because putting stuff.
You have it? Yeah. Probably.
Either way, Senate Banking Committee Chairman Sherrod Brown will introduce a bill Tuesday that aims to close the so-called shadow banking loophole that allows retail and tech companies to offer banking services without the same stringent oversight as other financial institutions. The bill comes about a month after Twitter's new CEO, Elon Musk, shared his plan to transform the social media platform into a payment service and reportedly registered last month with the Treasury Department as a payment processor. Allowing tech and commercial companies to act as banks without proper oversight will only open doors for predatory lending, invasions of consumer privacy, and broader financial instability. To protect consumers' pocketbooks, so here's when it gets good, I guess. So they're going to protect our pocketbooks and ensure a strong banking system for Main Street. We need to ensure all banking institutions play by the same rules. That I can agree with. Twitter is one of several non-bank companies that sought to enable banking services for users through state-chartered ILCs. Unlike all other banking holding companies, the holding companies of ILCs are not subject to consolidated oversight by the Federal Reserve. Well, why do they have to be oversighted by another private bank? So I don't understand why the Federal Reserve should have oversight over anybody, but that's for a different day. In principle, you can use a direct messaging stack for payments, and so that's definitely a direction we're going to go in, enabling people on Twitter to be able to send money anywhere in the world instantly and in real time. So that's what this is all about right there. No need to look any further. It's about them being able to keep track of where your money's going, how it's going, be able to tax it. And, it's pretty obvious. They lowered the threshold so while simultaneously hiring, 87,000 IRS agents they lower the threshold from $20,000 or 200 transactions on something like eBay or Cash App to, if you get a transaction over $600, we want to know where it came from. We want to tax you on it. Meanwhile, billions go missing and homeboy's sitting in the Bahamas with his legs up. Sounds good to me.
Legs up how?
I don't know, wearing those fat guy shorts that he wears where they ride up like a robosizer from 87.
Very nice.
Rum up 11%.
This is where I'm looking at the SPY to get rejected back to the downside. If it does, not, you're going to be looking at 396, 62.
Excuse me. New positions on Mullen and CENN just now. So much powder on the sidelines when the pivot happens. If it happens, maybe they'll hike rates to 10%. The rally will break all records. You know, that's not a far-fetched thing, Tennis. It's not a far-fetched thing. And those are two heavily beaten down plays. Mullen, you know, I don't know what to say about it. I still like it, but as far as Centro, what gets me about Centro is that, you know, they actually sell cars, or vehicles, I should say. Maybe not cars, like a traditional car, but they actually have it. Now, we're hearing that kind of global supply chains have loosened. Maybe that's in part to also less items being shipped, less things like that, just because spending is down. I'm not sure, but Centro invested heavily into a global outreach. So they have a lot. I think Centro and Mullen are both faced with the potential of trying to get too big too quick. I don't think Centro's in the same book because they're an established company that had sales. I think if the move to buy Naked and take that route, you know, it's still yet to be seen if that was the right play for them, but kind of in two different places, but both of them should have upside from this price, I would think. And the tough thing is you got to take reverse splits into account with both of those stocks now. So something to be aware of. That's my biggest that's kind of my biggest and I'm holding both of those too, by the way. Not big positions, but I got positions in both of those. My thing is buying here, it's tough because you're almost certain of a reverse split. Yeah, and that seems to be how Mullen is. I mean, Mullen seems to keep coming up with funding hills. It's kind of crazy. I mean, the funding was a big part of the Naked deal, 100%. It was probably, in the long term, probably better for Naked because they had all that cash. They were able to utilize that. It might have, you know, they might have worked out better as of right now. But Mullen keeps seeming to find a way to come up with funding, which is strange. No, that's next Wednesday, Don. So we get next Tuesday morning we'll get CPI numbers at 8:30, and then that'll be the beginning of the FOMC. It's a 2-day meeting, and then Wednesday we'll get the rate hike announcement at 2 p.m. and then that'll be followed up by the by Jay Powell talking at 2:30. Yeah, I like them long term too, Hills, for the fact of they're their own thing too. They're not competing with Tesla, with Mullen, with Rivian. You know, they're kind of their own. Not to say that they're the only company that makes commercial like utility vehicles, but they do offer a unique product for sure. Well, there has been a few people, Mr. Burry. Not sure if it's related or not, but we've seen. I'm not sure the latest number, 3 or 4, quote unquote crypto billionaires, kind of unfortunately meet their demise over the past month or so. Oh, nice. Nice. Summit, was just looking at Summit a second ago. I don't know. I would watch that RSI to cool, but hold on one second, Martin. What happened around these levels? I mean, all this support on the way up here, all pretty or all that resistance, I should say. So it looks like it's never seen volume of this of this capacity, Martin. Not even close. We'll see what Enzo's take is when he gets back. But with that being said, damn. I mean, Martin, in all reality, I'm not saying today, but if this is one of those multi-day runners, I mean, I could see that being the floor right around that $2 mark. But like I always say, Martin, kind of you know, my FUD statement on something like this, when you're seeing this much volume, so 84 million trades already, up against a 350,000 average. You did have back in August a $68 million or I'm sorry, 68 million shares traded. This is blowing that out, and the only kind of resistance that you're going to see maybe in this maybe in this 150 level. But then I'm thinking after that, you could probably run to the top of this 174. And then after that, $2. But like I said, all this resistance in here looks pretty weak to me. I would be worried up at the 275 level after getting through this level right here. Maybe 199, maybe 2. I would look right there. And then the next would be right in here, $3. But again, Martin, obviously with this many people buying and selling, it's gonna come. It's how it is when day traders take control. The past matters still, no doubt about it, but it's definitely skewed when you're seeing more volume in one day than this stock's probably seen in the last 3 months combined. You know what I mean? Bought that Redfin dip. What's that? RDFN Redfin. And where did you buy? Did you buy it right down in here, Hills? Down 4.8%. You should still be in the green on that, right? I remember when you bought that Redfin. You and Junk Savvy that same day, I think, both bought Honest. And I think Junk Savvy got out with some gains. I know that. And I think maybe you held that Honest, right? No shorts available on Webull for Summit. I mean, that's a positive sign. Is there options? I don't know why I just had to add that. There is options on here, but nothing. I don't know why my Weebull's acting all weird. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's pretty much a a sexy throughway between Aliens, Jurassic Park, and Apocalypse Now. Yeah. I was thinking that's what you meant, Daniel, but I said I went with the throughway anyways, just to keep it YouTube friendly. And yeah, I liked it when it came out. Like I said, when it hit, it was when 3D was making a little bit push. So that was the cool end of it. That sold a crap ton of 3D TVs at the time. And then I think Sony had the rights, so you couldn't even watch it in 3D unless like you bought you had to, I think you had to have a Sony DVD player at the time or something. It was something weird to be able to watch it. But the thing about Avatar that I don't think is as good, there are some remakes that could be revisited 20 years later and be good. But to me, I didn't have an emotional connection with any of the characters enough to say, okay, I could see why you would bring this back 20 years later. I think Cameron just dragged his feet on it, and it'll probably do good at the box office. It's I guess that's why they're called Blu-ray. I don't know. I don't know if they ever gave us a straight answer on exactly why. All right, 15 minutes before trader lunch. And yeah, nothing to write home about on this heat map still. So up here you got some red, and then you got more red here, and then here's some red. Not a whole lot of green. Few healthcare things, few insurance, property insurance, blah blah blah. Real estate, I guess a little bit of green in utilities. But again, nothing to write home about. And you got the S&P down just over 1%, the Dow down 0.2%, NASDAQ down 1.37%. It's Tuesday, the day before hump day, mini hump day. How's everybody feeling out there? All right. Georgia runoff election taking place today. Shouldn't really affect markets too much. I believe it's tied either way, right? Senate the Democrats will have it either way, with the tiebreaker being the vice president. So I think it would just give them one more. Obviously there's still implications, but another situation where I just pray there's no violence, no crap like that. Georgia has been kind of the scene of some controversial stuff when it comes to elections, so hopefully it's a nice, smooth process. So Summit at 145, our med at where are we at? 494, excuse me. On RA Medical. So pumped over that $5 mark, got up to 535, fell back through that 5, trading now just under 490. I like it, Arctic Fox. Everything is all right. Uptight, out of sight. You know what's up. So CRM, Salesforce, the way those FUD articles were being put out, I thought we would have seen a bigger pop, but executives leaving, no big whoop. Just another layoff, right? 134.10, even though they're not getting laid off. USEA, another nice dip. And man, what happened right here? You could have picked it up on the cheap. Dropped, and that was a quick candle. Dropped to 356. So down at 378 now, down 4.3%. And again, if this isn't going to apply to everybody, it may not apply to anybody, but if you're taking a look at your tax situations, again, I am not any kind of tax anything. I'm just saying, being that we're going from year to year to a different year with that dividend, maybe something to look into. Yeah, pretty much, Hills. I'm just looking at that analysis and the price targets and stuff. Yeah, I don't know what kind of credentials you need. Like, it's probably a per platform basis. But yeah, I don't think there's much regulation or anything, especially on the platforms. Now, if you're looking at like an individual site like CNBC, I think even Yahoo Finance, stuff like that, usually they'll cite their price targets so you can they'll be classified. But when you get like ones that are on some platforms for certain stocks, where it just gives you like a consensus of price targets, that's where it gets a little bit wishy-washy. Oh, CEI going from the windows to the walls to the flow. GTA just can't stop. 9.5 cents. Again, GTA, I'll consult with my couch cushions over the break and see if I can't buy half the company uh, when we come back for break. Is that going with hold on, let me check the price of oil real quick. Also, that same next Tuesday, the same day that we get CPI and that the FOMC starts, we also have an FTX hearing. Not sure if this is the one that SBK, right? SBF. Not sure if this will be the one that he has to testify at. If he does, he says that he's going to. Yeah, so oil down under that $75 mark, 74.76. So my question would be, okay, what if oil continues to fall? First, we have the $70 target that the Biden administration said they would replenish some of the reserves at the $70 mark. You have that. You have the Russia, the cap on Russian oil at $60 a barrel. So now what happens if this continues to fall and falls through the $60 barrel level? Then how does that price cap work? I mean, it's already somewhat laughable because Russia's been selling their oil at a discounted price to places like China and India anyways. So it's not I don't think it's the fact of them being worried about only getting $60 a barrel. I think they're still making a crap ton of profits off that $60 a barrel. It's more of the price cap itself, I think, that is their concern. 2 cent CEI. Oh. Yeah, but still, the thing that's going to happen, GTA, is just those that reverse split. I mean, they're going to have to do. They'll probably do at least a 25 to 1. So even say it's at 10 cents, they do a 25 to 1, brings it to $2.50. Then you can expect an immediate at least 50-cent drop on that, brings it back to under $2. That might be the time to buy. But again, energy can pump, I think, on any given day. Any given day, you can see, we've seen it at the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the way that even on just the hint of any kind of shortage, anything like that. Oh boy. Kramer said, everyone's decided there's going to be a recession. Well, I don't see a recession coming. I just don't see it. Yeah. Like I said, I think that argument, man, AMC under $7 now, $6.97, down 6.5%. I think that argument is, like I said, just a talking point, because it classifying it changes nothing. Unless it was unless they were trying to use it towards any kind of stimulus or anything like that, which with the Republicans taking the House, I don't see that happening in the next 2 years. That would be the only way that I could see them trying to push the idea of a recession, would be to get sympathy for stimulus money. If that's not to happen, they're never going to just come out and say, yeah, we went back and we looked through the records and we actually got to the recession on November 1st. It's just a moot point at this point. Okay. 7 months? Well, what did you say, May? They got till May? I think he said it is. And they've been under $1 since when? Pretty much mid-December. They shot up for a couple days here. Only stayed over $1 for 4 days. Yeah, I think he's saying he's flexible, GTA. He can take it. He can take one for the team now. Hey, that's what happens, man. Yoga does the body good. Ape down at, this has to be all-time lows for Ape, right? No, it did hit 90 cents. So a penny off of these all-time lows, 91.03 cents there. And the Dow now down. So the Dow starting to gain ground on the S&P as far as losses, down 0.75%. S&P down 1.08%. The NASDAQ down just under 1.5%. Oh, VLE, Valura Energy, has entered into a sale and purchase agreement with Mubadala Petroleum Holdings. I think there's something wrong with their medulla oblongata. Okay. So we got to wait till it hits 500 plus for that. Gotcha. Noted. Noted. You will be on the hook for that, Mr. Burry. Nan, are you still, did you sell that SPY put? Hopefully you took that, took the money and ran, although it is falling more now. But you can always get back in. That's the thing. That's the thing. Where's that SPY at? All right, guys. Our trader lunch is upon us. And, just for a little bit of perspective, so Enzo called potential to, 360, maybe lower on the SPY in the upcoming weeks. And, it wasn't too long ago in October when we were down at 348 on the SPY. So it wouldn't be that huge of a retrace. And like I said, I think we really now have to put the Fed back into focus. We had a celebration when Jay Powell talked. It was short-lived, but now we need to prepare for that, for the reaction. And we'll follow not just the market. We'll follow the charting. That's where Enzo's fantastic. We'll follow the sentiment. We'll see what mainstream media is saying. But it will be some kind of big catalyst next week, whether upside, downside. Something's going to happen. Beautiful. Good job, Nan. Good job. Mr. Burry. Oh, man. All right, guys. It is lunch. Because I didn't get off yesterday, I ended up not eating anything all day yesterday, honestly. So I am going to fly for a little bit now, but we will be back for Power Hour and all that good stuff. So I'm just going to keep it quick and just walk away, because if I don't, I won't. So keep it here. I'm around if anybody needs anything, though. And we'll see you guys in a little bit. Appreciate you too. You know that. I don't think I need to say that. All right. Breaking 535. You know I can't leave without answering you, Martin. You know I wouldn't do that to you. Let me go back. $5.35. That's the high today. I would look right under here. I would look 565 if it gets through that 535. Then after 565, I would say then you can possibly get through $6. Yeah, definitely a little cup. So I could see maybe Martin coming up, testing that 535 again. Maybe see the full cup form, and then see it get up to this level. But this is where I would watch the next big resistance would be 565, 566. In this one, not seeing as much volume as Summit. So maybe a little bit more predictable, Martin. Just because, like I said, when you're trading 87 million trades, pretty big float on this. So that 87 million is only, 2.5 times the float. What's Armad's float? So Armad a much smaller float, Martin. Yeah, I would say the potential. I would say 565, Martin. If I had to guess, not financial advice, but I would say 565, and then look and see if it can make a run at the $6. And I think volume has to keep up. We can see it's already waned a little bit, but you know how it is. It's up 21.5%. You know how the FOMO kicks in, Martin. So on a play like this, Martin, completely not financial advice and not something I would say to very many people in the world. But with you, Martin, trust your gut on this, because this is, and even more so on Summit. You know what I mean? Trust your gut. You play these things all the time. This one has some of the stuff you're looking for. It has the low float. It has the high volume relative to its average. You're really getting that on Summit, but you don't have the low float on Summit. And Summit, you're seeing much, much more day trading going on. A lot more with the amount of trades. So I would keep an eye on those levels, but at the same time, you know how to gauge sentiment by looking at a chart, Martin. Use that to your advantage. And, like I said, I think you're one person that I'd feel comfortable saying trust your gut in those kind of situations, Oh, Singapore will ban payment for order flow starting April 2023. Okay. Ace Lee, you got to be liking that. No more plenty of fish, payment for order flow. Alameda Research invested $11.5 million in the U.S. parent company of Farmington State Bank, which has a single branch, less than half of that in revenue, and until this year, just 3 employees. Sounds like Cramerica Industries. Yeah, GTA. That's or that. Well, and you know what my fear is, Mr. Burry, is so I seen this posted on a message board about this, and then I see people's reaction being, there's so much other money missing, blah blah blah. Why are they worried about this shit? Why are they worried about a measly $11 million over here? Blah 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 blah. And that's where it worries me. Because sure, when you're talking about multi-billion-dollar anything, right? 11.5 million seems like chump change. But how many 11.5, 15 million, 20 million here, 45 million there, you know, how much of that adds up? So hopefully it doesn't lose. There's that downside, Martin. There's that downside if we see the push back up on that cup and handle, possibly. Go with that then, Martin. Go with that. My gut says try to test the 535. I would, okay, again, not financial advice, completely hypothetical. If that's how I'm feeling about it, Martin, I'm looking for the test on that 535. If it gets rejected there, then I would probably exit. I wouldn't expect it to be one that's going to test, get rejected, and then go back through. Although it's, you know, it's always possible. But trust that gut. You know what you're doing, Martin. Always glad to look at a chart for you, brother, and give you my perspective. I hope I'll never claim to have the charting that Enzo does, but I hope I can always offer you a little bit of insight and at least give you something beneficial. That's all. I try. All right, guys. I really am gonna leave it. I'll do the gentleman thing. Any more questions before I go? Because I really do hate to leave anybody hanging. I would never not answer a question. Oh, Pot X, your favorite cannabis ETF, down over 10% today. Is that on any kind of news or just because we've seen a nice run yesterday on Pasa? Did it run yesterday with the rest of the field? Oh, I mean, this makes sense. So you got Sundial down 10%. So it's, I'm assuming, a sector-wide thing, giving back some of those gains from yesterday. Giving back a lot of those gains. So coming back down to the levels it opened at on Friday. It's always on sale, GTA. Just gotta find it. That's all. All right, guys. I'm gonna go get some lunch, do a few things around the house, and get the boy from school, all that stuff, and I will catch you guys back here in just a little bit. All right. Really going. All right. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. Sorry for the delay. A little bit of traffic out there. Holiday season. How's everybody feeling? Hopefully better than this market's feeling. We got the Dow Jones down 1.25%, the S&P down 1 2/3%, and the Nasdaq down over that 2% mark. Not looking good. Not looking good. Let's see how much red we got out here. Whew. Spot the green. Where's Waldo? United Health. Elevance Health. Couple things in the financial insurance sector. Not a whole lot elsewhere. AT&T holding some gains. Where's that little Lumen Technologies? Absolutely nothing in here. No, Fidelity. I don't want that. Get out of here. Basic materials, red. Energy getting slapped. Industrials getting smacked. Not good. Not good. What's up, Caesar C? Sabrina, Junk Savvy. Yes, Junk Savvy. Thank you for that information. So on that dividend, this pertains to USEA. But let me get that RMED back up for you, Martin. Here we go. This may be the move we need, Martin. This may be the move we need. 539. Let's go, Martin. Let's go. I got no skin in this game, but I'm just cheering for you, Martin. But as far as that dividend, so the ex-dividend date for stocks is usually set 1 business day before the record date. If you purchase a stock on its ex-dividend date or after, you will not receive the next dividend payment. Instead, the seller gets the dividend. If you purchase before the ex-dividend date, you get the dividend. Ex-dividend date for USEA is December 9th, which means you must own by 8 p.m. Thursday, December 8th. Okay, so this Thursday, 2 days at the close is when you have to be holding USEA in order to get that dividend. So thank you for that, Junk Savvy. Appreciate that. What else? AMC down 9% now, under that $7 mark, $6.79 on AMC. Ape down at near all-time lows, hit that low earlier today of 89 or 88.01 cents. GameStop as well, down 8.5%, 23.40. So small caps taking a big hit today, as well as some of the big boys. Apple down almost 3%, Microsoft down 2.3%, Amazon down 2.8%. Tesla surprisingly came back from those lows earlier of 175.34, now trading at 179.25. Google down 2.75%, Nvidia down 4.25%, Berkshire down just over 1%, Meta getting bitch slapped here, down 6.6%, 114.35 on Meta, and United Health remaining the lone green. Let's take a look at the Dow. Anything else besides? So United Health up there, the top weighted stock in the Dow. You got Traveler's Companion up just about 0.5%. Nothing else in the Dow Jones in the green. Why so bloody today? Well, the word of the day, if I was Pee-wee's Playhouse and I was on CNBC, every time someone said recession today, I would have been going, because that's pretty much, that's it. That's it. It's not even been Fed talk. I haven't seen anything about the Fed today, really, here or there. Everything I'm seeing. So it started off with Jamie Dimon this morning, his little FUD talk on CNBC, and it's just carried throughout the day. Oil dropping. A lot of people talking with that as a recession sign. But yeah, I would say recession worries are back on the plate. And, you know, we talked about that this morning. What is, so show of hands, can somebody tell me what the standard of a recession is now? What milestone do we have to hit to where they say, yep, it's a recession, guys. It's a recession. Oh, 2 ads. Nice. Double your pleasure, triple your fun. Non-refundable. Hopefully it was something that interested you, buddy. Well, they're still not they're just using recession fears. And of course, Kramer this morning, you can watch the video. Everybody's saying a recession. I don't see it. I don't see it. So I would say recession incoming, not financial advice, but "13 years after James Cameron released the highest grossing film of Avatar of all time, the filmmaker finally premiered its long-awaited sequel in London on Tuesday. Let's go, AMC. I like it. I like it. I don't like his views on testosterone, but I will give James Cameron a little bit of credit. That quote was taken a little bit out of context. Still not a great quote, but it was I think if you've seen the quote I'm talking about, it was a tweet saying that males need to get rid of testosterone. It was definitely kind of missing. I think he was talking about his films. If you look a little deeper into the interview, I'm not a huge James Cameron fan, but I defend fair is fair. And it seemed like he was talking about his filmmaking and not actual people but you know how it is. Recession is a session after another session. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so you got that. You got it. Safety session. That safety session's always good. I'm in an hour and 5 minutes. Hour and 5 minutes. We'll get the session on. That Twitter's a wild place right now. I'll tell you what. I feel like I'm walking into that first scene in the movie Ready Player One, when you first get a glimpse of I forget what the name of the world is in Ready Player One, but when you first get a glimpse and there's all those characters, that's how Twitter is now. It's just like, whoa, what's going on here? It's wild. Yeah, my wallet, yeah. I'll go full-blown Maury Povich on them, Grumpy. They tell me it's not a recession. I'll pull out my bank account and say, well, results are in, and signs are pointing to a recession. Beautiful day outside there. Just started snowing again. Peacefully quiet wonderland. I love that. It is outside here right now, Arctic Fox. It looks like Escape from New York. It is raining. It just looks dirty out. You ever have those days where it just looks dirty? Like everything's just gray and everything looks like dirty snow. Yeah, Grumpy, make sure to take a look at Junk Savvy's post up there about in regards to the USEA dividend. So that is you have to have that in possession. I don't know if it has to be on your person, but in your possession by Thursday, 8 p.m. Metamaterials jumping here, 188 on Metamaterials. RMED hovering right around that 535 mark. I got an eye on it, Martin. I'm not ignoring it, brother. Summit, another one that continued that nice climb. I thought it would be more volatile than this. Not that it's not moving, but 185 now on Summit Therapeutics. I know we were looking at that. What time was that? Just before noon, right around in here, when it was still at around the $1.40 mark. So nice climb up there. MMTLP. I don't know why Weeble won't give me an updated price on this, and I swear I pay for it. So I have it at 505. This may be off. This is from 16 minutes ago. Yeah, Martin. So Martin, this is the one that we talked about. I said you're gonna see some resistance at 2. Right? Then you got a little bit of a shot to about 260. Then you're up here. You don't have a lot of resistance because of this huge gap right here. You know what I mean? And not a lot before it. Oh, 340 you're gonna get. Yeah, I would look for getting past this hurdle first. Getting past that up over this $2 mark. 847 just popped over 9. Perfect. Thank you, Junk Savvy. Yeah, I'll get an update on that. Again, I gotta check into that because I swear I pay for real-time OTC on here. Yeah, I think 5 is a stretch, Martin. I would be worried about just breaking this 2. And then, like I said, I wouldn't be worried about too much of this here. I wouldn't be worried about much of this action down in here. I'd be worried right in here at the $2 mark. And then when you get up to all this, but again, this resistance that's back here wasn't done on anywhere near the volume that you're seeing today. So I would just play it careful, Martin, and keep an eye on those levels. I think $2. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. The same thing, Martin. If you see a massive sell-off at the $2 mark, then I would be a little bit concerned. But if you see it plow through that $2 mark, like I said, it might be a little bit higher, might be 205-ish where you see that resistance, but the maybe you're up in here when you get into that level, you're gonna have it. But I would be worried about all this backlog here of $3. Oh, nice, Junk Savvy. What is that on TradingView that you use? I like it. Yeah, if you can keep me posted on that as it runs. Like I said, I'm getting it delayed. So this price that you're seeing right now on MMTLP is from 305. So it's not even that you get an update. You're always 15 minutes behind on here. Strange. I mean, I don't trade a lot of OTC stocks, so it's not a big deal to me, but nonetheless, still a little bit strange. Market turning back down now. NASDAQ just got a down almost 2.5%. S&P down 1.92%. And the Dow down 1.44%. Oh, that's Thinkorswim? Nice. Yeah, if I could ever find my password for that, I'll get back on there. I've had to do like a six chain authentication to try to get my Thinkorswim account back, and I never even used real money in there. I used it to paper trade years ago, and I just liked the news ticker on it, but now I can't log in. FINRA just finally recognized MMTLP dividend. Shorts must cover in the next few days. Delisted on Monday. Oh, that could get spicy. Hoo-hoo! $5.57. a new high of 560 on RMED. Yeah, so this is that other one, Martin. This one, what day was this? So that's already out the box. And maybe 7. You might be able to see 7 on this. I wouldn't be surprised, Blessed. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised to see us bounce. Like I said, this would be complete not financial advice, but if I had to guess on where we end up come next week, like I said, I think we end up right in this region. By the time the J Powell thing goes off, or by the time we get the interest rate hikes, barring something crazy out of CPI, let's not forget that Tuesday, CPI might be a big catalyst. CPI, if it comes in good, we could see a big jump. But I think we end somewhere right around where we were right before J Powell spoke, which would be right in the 395. Maybe we go down a little bit more first. Maybe we come up over the top of it and then come back down. Maybe it takes a rally into CPI to see that. But if I had to put money on it, again, this is just a complete hypothetical. I could picture the SPY being right back where it was when we started. And again, there's always the chance some kind of news can come out. We still have so that was corporate jobs, not to get off the subject. So Pepsi, the number not as large as what I seen reported earlier, but it's corporate positions, and they're saying layoffs are not a reflection. Okay, layoffs are not a reflection of problems with consumer spending. So PepsiCo, Coke, they've shown throughout this last 6 months, 8 months, that even in recession-like times, I guess we won't call it a recession, we'll say recession-like times, that people still have brand loyalty to things like Coca-Cola, Pepsi. They're still able to sell their products. And I mean, that there's probably a million reasons behind it. I don't think that it's just that people love their products so much that they're not willing to buy private label or off-brand stuff. I think number one, there's shortages of off-brand stuff, private label. If you've noticed that you're on your shelves at grocery stores, there is a lot less in-house private label stuff. So if you're shopping at Walmart, a lot less great value products, more of the if it happens to be beverages or snacks, Pepsi, Frito-Lay, that kind of stuff. And then when you get into like vegetables and stuff, even that. And again, this may be a local thing. I can only judge by the shopping that I do, but I know I've noticed that a big difference. So I don't think that it's so much that people are consciously saying, you know what, I would rather spend the extra $2 to get a Mountain Dew instead of a Mountain Tops or whatever they call it. I think it's just availability. Could be wrong. I'm just a dude. Let's see if we get a little end of the day rally here. Even with an end of the day rally, it's not going to be a good day. But you know what? Every day is a good day when you're here at Outside the Charts, right? Just put this up, say happy holidays. I don't even want to put that up for the holidays. Let's throw this out there too. Let's spice things up. So what about you guys? What kind of plays are you guys making today? I know what Martin's doing. I always know what Arctic Fox is doing. He keeps me well informed. Come on, guys. I need to live vicariously through you. You gotta tell me what's mixing and moving and shaking out here. Martin, what's your plan on RMED? So Summit coming back down a little bit here. This Summit, that volume, when you're talking comparable to a 90-day average, and what was this on? Did they get some big news? Company announced a definitive agreement of its partnership with Akeso to in-license its breakthrough bispecific antibody ivonescimab. So the good thing about that is that's straight to market type stuff, if I'm not mistaken. That's a product already out there. Yes. So it's a deal to license the lung cancer drug. So it's a catalyst that holds weight. It's not a bullshit catalyst. It's not a catalyst that, okay, well, trial data came back. Now we got to wait 6 months, see where this goes. No, this is a licensing deal. Should get it right to market. The downside of that is I'm a Shark Tank enthusiast. So when I hear licensing deal, I start to think, okay, this is a company that had they're pretty big. So they're not, now if I would have looked at this and I would have seen a company up here, $20 million market cap or less, I would have said maybe the licensing isn't the best. Maybe they had their backs against the wall and they took an agreement, because you watch those sharks. They try to lowball people with those licensing deals. In a situation like this, different ball game, I think it's a great thing. So maybe you don't see that run up to 3 or 4 today, Martin, but I think you still got tremendous upside in this. Like I said, this is it may run like a FOMO runner, but it's got some substance to it. Non-refundable. What's up, brother? Was a good day? Man, that's what I like to hear. You know that's not necessary, though, man. You know that's not necessary. Always, always appreciated, but never necessary. Thank you so much, and I am very glad you had a good day. I, too, had a decent day. Still in one play. Just waiting to see GTA loading that CEI boat. Well, there's going to be an energy squeeze, GTA. I couldn't tell you exactly when. I couldn't tell you exactly where. There goes Summit off to the races, trying to pump. Let's put this 1 minute on here. Now, how big CEI goes on that, because they're, whether GTA, it's when the reserves get to 70, if the U.S. holds their word, purchases a bunch, replenishes, creates a demand issue. If that coincides maybe with China reopening and maybe Russia making a move to cut something off, you could have it's not like a short squeeze. When I say squeeze, it's just going to be here's supply, here's demand. You know what I mean? So it's in my opinion, again, not financial advice, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And maybe they can play it out for a little longer. I don't see that happening. I mean, maybe there's always the chance that Mother Nature cooperates, and maybe we have an extremely mild winter over in Europe, but the nice thing too will be when that starts to happen, I think people will look for stocks like CEI. People will look for stocks like what's the one that Birdie Hunter likes? I forget the name of it, but lower cost ones. I think because you have Exxon, Chevron, you have all of those that have just spent a boatload of money on share buybacks. We've seen, was it Exxon's CEO getting a 15% raise? So rightfully so, they've spent a lot of money. So when that squeeze starts to come in, sure, those companies are going to rise. Don't get me wrong. It's not like Oxy is going to be in the red when oil's squeezing, but it's going to be the smaller companies, I think, that retail and stuff like that pile into. On on Armed, yeah, I do, Martin. I really do, but this is that same situation on RA Med that if you get Husa, that's the one. Thank you, Junk Savvy. If you get up towards that $6 mark and it gets rejected again there, how far do we make it? 581. So I would keep an eye right there. If we can push through that 581. I mean, that's a nice little pattern there, though. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, and this is the one, Martin, that there's really nothing back there. You've got this giant gap. You've got this giant gap. And you're through the rest of that mess. I mean, it should be clear sailing to 6. You shouldn't see that resistance start coming in till 610, 615 on RMED. And then on Summit, the same thing. Summit, I would wait and see if it tests the $2 mark. But Summit, man, you gotta expect. So come tomorrow, Martin, you gotta expect volume will die down. I mean, this thing was traded. I can't even do the math on that, Martin. That's $390 times, roughly, if my math is somewhere near correct. 390 times the daily volume today. 390 times. So that's one of those plays, Martin, where like I would love to just sit here and draw you lines on charts and do all that kind of stuff, but I think a lot of it goes out the window. I really do. I think a lot of it goes out the window when you have that much inflow on one day. I mean, you look at it and 200,000, 200. So at that rate, you like I said, you're gonna need to go back the last 390 days to get the amount of volume that was traded today. You feel me, Martin? 390 days to get how much volume was done today. 350,000 average, and you got 130 million today. 131 million. I gotta use a calculator. It's pissing me off, Martin. I gotta see, but my math might be way off on that. Okay, I was a little bit off, Martin. A little bit off. It's 373 times. 373 times. So again, you'd have to go back, 373 days to see as many trades as we've seen in a day. Crazy. Metamaterials popping. MMT LP, I'm assuming popping too. This is as of 322, so this is 15 minutes ago. MMTLP was at 828. Metamaterials up 16.3% now. cracked that $2 mark for a quick second. And the market's trying to do a little late rally. The Dow down 1.25%, S&P down 1.7, NASDAQ down 2.26. Let's go. 22 minutes left on what was supposed to be turnaround Tuesday. Didn't turn out to be that way. MMTLP up at 853. Thank you, Junk Savvy. And Metamaterials back over that $2 mark. Yeah, I don't know why you're getting a dip. Oh no, that's it. Oh, $2.05. Okay. Yeah, that's about right. I thought the Metamaterials, although you do get slight variance on different platforms within a few pennies once in a while. That does happen. Rumble, the bottom just fell off of that. Rumble was having a terrific day. Ran up to 887, just pulled back now 791 for RUM. That's Rumble. And that is up 4.25%. Let's try to move here. So everything, you watch all these stocks move right in harmony. You got Apple trying to push up here, Microsoft, Amazon not so much, Tesla same chart, Google same chart, Nvidia same chart, Meta same chart. Crazy. Yeah, it can. So Summit, I think you got a little bit more resistance on. Summit, you're going to have more resistance on the way up. Armed, I think, has a better chance to fly. But I think Summit would probably be the better fundamental play right now, Martin. Metamaterials, 2085. Just beat that high, 2085. Yeah, that's all it is, Non. That's all it is. Algo's trading. Armed coming right back down a little bit. It seems to get to that 580 mark and gets right up near there and doesn't want to break through. Summit trying to break through. So here's that move you were talking about, Martin. See how it reacts at the $2 mark. We hit 198 2 minutes ago. That volume is just ridiculous. Ridiculous. All right, guys, 19 minutes to go. How is that Husa doing? So not down too bad, all things considered. For oil being down, I'm not sure if they hit 52-week lows. I know we were at January prices on oil earlier. Not sure if it got to the 52-week low. But you look at these smaller companies, you look at Husa in relation to Hess Corp down over 4%, PSX down 1.5%, Valero Energy down 2.5%, Marathon Petroleum down 3 1/3, Devon Energy down 3.75%, Pioneer Natural Fuel down at 2.19%. Oxy down 3.5%. ConocoPhillips down 3.5%. And Chevron down 3%. And again, I love to look at Oxy because you look at when, let's see. You look at when Warren Buffett bought. Warren Buffett bought right. I mean, he was already in, but he really ramped it up right around here, and I believe sold somewhere in this region. So was in, around the $40 rate. Got out there. What a play! What a play! And I believe he got out over 70. I think it was over 70. And I'm not sure if he had completely got out or just sold a big stake, but I know he sold a big stake in that and moved it to we covered it when he did it because it moved. It moved over Taiwan Semiconductor. So think about that. What did he know? Even if take Taiwan Semis, take their price right now out of the equation, he was able to get in. Maybe it was right around in here. So he got in somewhere around the $60 range, something like that. But think of the upside of them just committing to now a $40 billion investment in America. So they just had an update on that. The first factory scheduled to be operational by 2024. That's the one that's under construction right now. The second one, they haven't released a date, but just the construction of that expected to add up to 10,000 construction jobs, or maybe 20,000 construction jobs, and then an additional 10,000 tech jobs when it's completed. So good news for Arizona out there. Oh, Luca Bamba. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, Luca, I don't think we're out of the woods as far as days like this gonna happen. And it kind of sucks because I don't want to push something and say, we need to have a way to make money on down days, and there's different ways to do that. Obviously, there's puts. There's also inverse plays as far as like the SQs, the SDAO, things like that. But it's not for everybody. Like I totally get it because it's essentially day trading. Whatever way you look at it, it's day trading on momentum. So it's risky. And it could be used to hedge, which ends up working for me a lot of the time. So if I, like a day like today, I made probably $200 selling puts or buying and selling puts. But at the end of the day, that basically just hedged stuff in my portfolio that's down, 8%. So it's better than just being down that, but it's not a cure-all, I just buy more. Everything's on sale. I didn't see what you said earlier, Luca. How are you feeling, my man? Back to normal? MMTLP, as current shorts are forced to cover, new shorts will take positions and push it back down. They're playing a dangerous game, not for the faint of heart. And they have till Monday. So technically, would they have till Friday, Junk Savvy, to do that? Oh, absolutely, Luca. I agree with that 100%. And that's why I'm not like trying to push it. That's why I'm saying it's stuck between a rock and a hard place, because, and not that you have to day trade to play the downside, but take somebody like Germ Corp, for example. What him and his son Grant do is they buy SQs on the NASDAQ highs. When they hit a new high, they load the boat. You know what I mean? 80%. Well, you're on the right track. You're on the right track. Just make sure you're taking it easy, man. Don't overdo it. Give yourself some time. You got to recover. So metamaterials right at 205. Summit. I turn my head and see. Okay, so this is what we got. So we thought that $2. Now this is where you make the decision, Martin. I think you kind of set that bar. If it hit $2 and got rejected, I think you were gonna do one thing. If it hit $2 and cruised through, kind of like it did right here, maybe another thing. Oh, it tastes metal. That's not good. I think I had that before for some reason. I remember something. I can't remember what it was, but where like I tasted copper. I can't remember what the hell it was. All right, 11 minutes, guys. 11 minutes. Make sure to close out any positions that need to be closed, all that kind of stuff. So as Summit pushes up, Armad's fallen back to 555, Martin. Summit now up at 212. And hey, we you know, I don't think that this is setting the trend for the rest of the year. We've got probably 17 trading days left in the year, something along those lines. 17, 18. I don't think anything is guaranteed at this point. I think that CPI data, the Fed decision, all going to weigh into stuff. You still have the FTX debacle. Oh, they suspended some UFC game. There's a lot going on in that UFC right now. So they had that, and then they had what's the one trainer that if you train with him, you can't fight now? That's kind of crazy. I could see an after hours run, Martin. You know what I can also see? I could see a pre-market dip and then a rip. I can see me waking up tomorrow, Martin, 4 a.m. I can see me looking at Summit Therapeutics, seeing it down about 14, 15%. And then I can see by the time maybe 9:45 comes around, I can see it being up another, back in the green. But here's another push, Martin, 214. And again, let's take a look just real quick at those levels again. So if you hold through there, 250, little bit, 250 to 260, you get this little bit of resistance. But then the big resistance, like I said, is going to be right around here, $3 and above, maybe 315. But I wouldn't have much worries about getting to 250. I think 250, 260 is doable. But again, Martin, these levels, like I said, when you're looking at this at support here, or even looking at support back here, you got to take the volume into consideration. And this support was getting formed on days with 14,000, 15, 50,000, next to nothing. So in that sense, you got to look at it like it could go two ways, Martin. You could see a massive sell-off at any of these points at the 225 mark, up here at the 250 mark. You can see a massive sell-off, but at the same time, a little bit of upward pressure, and you can fly right through that resistance. I don't think you're not facing stiff resistance, is what I'm getting at. Well, what's her name came out and proposed proposed, who was that? Elizabeth Warren, right? She's proposing that Congress, men and women, and their spouses shouldn't be able to own stocks. So you go to the most extreme level where you know that it's not going to pass, and you just throw that out there. I seen another gentleman, maybe from Virginia. I forget the guy's name. He put a proposal, or he's putting a proposal out to abolish the Fed and go back to the gold standard. Now it's one congressman or senator. Oh, there's that Summit pump. Just broke through 220. So he is trying to go back to the gold standard. I don't know, where do we find enough gold? That's the thing. So his thing is, but before Nixon took us off the gold standard, that you couldn't print more money than you had. Basically every dollar allegedly had to be accounted for. Keep an eye on that RSI though too, Martin. It's screaming up near 85. You might see a sell-off at 225, 230. So, he's using it as a way to curb spending and stuff like that. But my question is, if you try to make a dollar that holds however many trillions of dollars in debt, how do you I don't know. I don't know what the process would be. Hey, Birdie Hunter. Red day again. Got 10 more AMC and 2 GME again, but missed what caused this red. Recession worries, Birdie. If I had to put it on one thing, that was the news of the day today. Is basically recession worries. So we had that jobs report on Friday that came in better than expected, Birdie. I think now they're kind of rethinking the Fed's pivot on if they will pivot. Probably some other stuff too. Energy worries. You see oil dropping significantly, which is obviously, Birdie, you being in the oil business now and running multiple conglomerates, know that dropping oil prices is a recessionary sign, I should say. Plenty of gold in them there hills, yeah. Hey, listen, if there was a way for them to do it and go back to the gold standard, let's do it. I just don't understand how you do. I mean, I guess maybe they contract. Maybe they contract HYMC. Who knows? MMTLP does not trade after hours. Thank you for that information. So does that go with all OTC stocks? Again, I had one bad run-in with an OTC stock, and I've never gone back. And I know at least somebody else here took a bath on Humble at one point. Well, it's recession fears, Birdie. Recession fears. We're not saying there's going to be a recession. We're not saying there's not going to be a recession, Birdie. But you got to leave it open. So if there is a recession, they got to be able to go back and say, well, we thought it. Oh, Portugal 5, Switzerland 1. Okay, so Portugal, what is this, the quarterfinals now? Or the Great 8, Elite 8. How is this? Yeah, quarterfinals, right? 8 and then 4 and then 2. Well, I'm pulling for the Netherlands, Luca Bamba. I got my Netherlandian jersey to wear. And we're going to... Did we see what time that game is on Friday yet? Netherlands playing Lionel Messi and co. on Friday. Oh, Birdie like the Swiss. Well, you can't bet football on who makes the best chocolate, Birdie. I've learned that the hard way. I've often bet on the Swiss. I'm a big fan of their Swiss Miss products, things like that. Toblerone. All right, guys, just 3 minutes. Make that 2 minutes before the close here. We got Summit at 220. Armed taking that little dip. MMAT down at 195. I would look for some after hours movement there. Will be very interesting to see if volume continues. I mean, Martin, just since we started talking about this 10 minutes ago, since I was doing that math on my phone, another 12 million trades. So again, you got to know people are coming in, going out, coming in, going out. So just play it safe here, Martin, because there's so much volume. A couple huge sell-offs or a couple huge buys can push this thing, especially in the after hours. Especially in the after hours. Your bet was Portugal 3-1. Man, you doing a thing. So 2 o'clock Eastern, that works out perfect, Birdie. So maybe what we'll do on Friday is, I don't think we'll be able to broadcast any part of the game, anything like that. But maybe what we can do is we'll see how the market's going, Birdie. Maybe we'll forego Power Hour and hang out in the Discord and watch that game, especially after how enthused you were on Saturday, Birdie. I really had a good time watching that with you guys. It was cool. And Mr. Fumble answering all my rookie soccer questions. I really feel like I know soccer kind of inside and out now, Birdie. I'm kind of a big deal. Not really, but I do have a greater understanding, and I appreciate the patience from our international friends, because I know nobody wants to teach a grown man about a sport and the rules of it and stuff like that, but you guys were awesome, and hopefully some of the people that were in the Discord with us. There she goes, Martin, 233. Make it 234. Oh, I thought we were about to get halted, so closed at 231 on the bell. And let's see, finished with 144 million. 2 million trades came in right in that last minute, Martin. So buckle up and enjoy the ride, my friend. Don't forget to take some tendies along the way. Armed pushing up a little bit as well. After hours up about 1%. Already up 3% on MMTLP. Beautiful, Junk Savvy. Beautiful, beautiful. I will be following that trade with you as much as I can, and that'll actually put a little fire under my ass to get OTC real time. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think it would be a cool idea. Like I said, if stuff's going on in the market, I'll jump back on here. We'll keep the stream up and all of that, as long as you guys are cool with it. Pushing that 240 mark now, Martin, on Summit. Definitely don't think 250 is out of the question. But again, Martin, I would be leery to see if this is a back-to-back day runner. Now, 2 things, Martin. We may see a little bit of a recovery in the market tomorrow. Okay, had a terrible last 2 days. What did we finish down today? Actually, a little bit of a recovery at the end. The NASDAQ finished down just 2%. S&P finished down 1.4%. Dow finished down 1%. Still, crappy day. So maybe we get a recovery tomorrow. Maybe we see a little boost, but maybe we see that dip. You know, after 194% gains, Martin, usually see a little bit of a sell-off. Look for a dip in the pre-market on that. 3% in 2 minutes. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Luca Bamba, I'm sorry. The funny thing is, somebody else was lured to that. Not a cult. The CEI. I'm gonna call you guys the squad. So down at 9.5 cents. That's right in GTA's boat loading range. I'll tell you that right now. That's probably him. He probably pushed it up. He probably loaded the boat right here at 9.4 cents. And we watched it rocket back up to 9.5 cents. I'm sorry, GTA. I'm sorry, Luca. I gotta laugh. And I'm not laughing at you. You know that. You know that. And if I ever get out of line, what's the name of this stock? If I ever get out of line, be like, yo, MIA, you still got that share of QNRX that you paid? Hold on. $652 for? That's worth $1.67. I'll be like Debo. I'll shut up. I'll be talking again when you walk away, GTA, but you guys are funny. You guys are funny. All right. Well, if there isn't anything else, another great day, guys. Appreciate yous. We're gonna work on something to either maybe get the stream up potentially 24/7. Really, my goal is to have it up 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. So, but my thing is, I don't like just giving you guys something in the background. I hate that I have to do it for a couple hours in between my day. Trust me, if I could get everything done in life and just be able to be here all day with you guys, I absolutely would. So we're working on a few different systems that would be bringing more real-time information. I know you guys would support, just with what we have up there now, and I really appreciate that, but we want to get something a little bit more informative, something that's a little bit more interactive, and but look for that soon. Like I said, my goal, it's not to do 24/7. My goal is to just at least have a place in the morning, 4 a.m. I'm up usually anyways. If we can get it rocking from 4 a.m. right until 8 p.m., that's the end goal. We may not be able to get that going until the first of the year, but let me know your guys' thoughts on it. You don't have to right now, and if you again, this is your community. You guys are the reason that I get up every morning. Outside of my son, this is my life. But at the same time, I know how much time you guys dedicate, and I want to make that time worth it for you guys the best that I possibly can. Oh, Michael J, you want to see the puppy? Here, you know what? Let me go get the puppy because she's not quite a puppy anymore. She gets spayed next week, but I'm gonna go. Let me go get her real quick because I just want you to see how big she's got. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so she's not a puppy anymore. Say hi. Hold on. Hey, big girl, look at you on the big screen. Hey, you made it. Yay. My baby girl. Say hi, baby girl. Looking at the camera. What are you doing? Oh, you want to come up too? Come on. Come on. Hey. Come here, boo. Come on. Come on, buddy. And then this is the other one. The little gremlin. I know, baby. Come on. Oh, good Lord. All right, guys. This wasn't a good idea. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it has been my honor. Been a fantastic day. I got to get these mutts fed and get the boy fed and things like that. But you guys all have a fantastic evening. And I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Everyone have a great night. Remember to spay or neuter your pets. She's getting spayed next week. All right, guys. Much love. Say goodbye. Say goodbye, Bior. All right, guys. Much love. Later on.